Fight, 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 fight.
Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How's it going, guys? Welcome back. Welcome back. I am back. I feel much refreshed, much better. Woo! It has been it's been a little bit of a ride, we'll say. The past couple weeks, I've been bitching about it. You know, because well, I mean, there's fucking hell. There's a couple ways to handle things. One of them is to bitch about it, and that's what I chose to do. But you know what? Sometimes you just need to do it, and things kind of straighten out after a little while. So things are good for me. I know so many of you have sent me like some nice well wishes and sentiments, and those are all really appreciated. So thank you for that. Oh my goodness, what's going on? Thank you for that. It really does mean a lot, and you guys are fantastic. So that's all the gayness that we have going on here. Where I love you guys and you're so cool. but I really do appreciate it. Thank you for that. Tonight we're going on a quest, a vision quest, if you will. We are going to review this Amber Heard interview. We're going to review it. Now, I know that other people have done this or whatever. I know that other people have attempted to properly review this. But if I'm not mistaken, nobody has reviewed it with a 12-year Yamazaki. And if nobody's reviewed it with a 12-year Yamazaki, then nobody's reviewed this thing at all. And so that's what we're going to do tonight. We're going to have a 12-year Yamazaki, which is a fantastic Japanese whiskey. Really hard to find around here. Japanese whiskeys are not common in central Minnesota, and the ones that you do find are usually trash. I will say a 17-year Yamazaki is, one, much more expensive, but two, very good. So yeah, we're gonna do that. The other things we're gonna talk about, there's the disinformation board or whatever, that Department of Disinformation. Imagine naming a government branch the Department of Disinformation or whatever. But they did. They're gone. That's dead. But now there's a disinformation committee. Long live the fucking committee. Administrative committees are an absolute nightmare of government nothingness. There's no oversight. There's no legal structure that has to create it. Like, to create a department, right? Like the Department of Education, you have to pass a law. You have to develop this thing. You have to put parameters around it, a mission. You have to say why it's constitutional, why it's within the government's purview to do this thing. You have to put that all down so it can all be challenged, of course. Committees or commissions are just a group of random government administrative employees with nothing fucking better to do but to receive absurd amounts of the government money from the government with very little sort of oversight or direction or anything else. And so we're going to talk about what this disinformation committee's purpose is. I'll tell you my theories on it, and my theories will be correct, because if there's one thing I'm always correct about, it's the government is a fucker. And so using my thesis that the government is a fucker, we can get to some pretty safe, logical conclusions. So we're going to do that. And then the ACLU is being a little bit silly. And so we'll talk about the ACLU for a little bit, and that should wrap up the show rather nicely. I think, I never know how long shows are going to go, but I don't know how long this one's going to go. I have a feeling there will be a follow-up video to this one, but not really about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, but about something much more important than that. And that's me. That's me. I'm far more important than Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. And I have a feeling that NBC is going to be a little bit frustrated that I show their precious little gay video. Well, NBC, we can start with the fair use commentary right now. Having only watched a couple seconds of the intro of your video, it is hosted by a weirdo. Okay. Now, I'm not talking about the interviewer. From what I've seen from the clips, the interviewer seems kind of okay, but I'm talking about the guy who's hosting it. Is it Lester Holt? Is it Lester Holt? Is that the dumbass who's hosting it? It doesn't matter. Whoever it is. I looked at him and I was immediately disgusted. And I thought nothing but, wow, NBC hires a bunch of people that I would suspect are pedophiles. Now, that has nothing to do with the host of the show. It's just the general vibe that I get from NBC, that NBC is a corporation that likes to hire pedophiles. And I got that vibe specifically from the artistic direction of this video, specifically from sort of the statements made, the commentary, the graphics, all of those things, all of the artistic additions that were made to this news-based program. They just scream company that hires lots of pedophiles. And so that's part of my critical commentary and analysis about this, NBC. And so if you decide to, say, go after this video, hypothetically, I'm going to make sure to clip out the part where I said that the critical analysis involves my conclusion that you're a company that hires a bunch of pedophiles. And I'll make sure to clip that out and upload it in like the meanwhile. And it's not a threat or anything. Like that's a promise, because that's my genuine analysis of this video, just from the preliminary part of it. The rest of the analysis will come later. I have lots of critique and commentary to add to this. By the way, what's up to Good Logic? My buddy Joe, he has rated us and his viewers are here. Welcome, brother. Welcome, brothers and sister viewers. Thank you so much for joining us. And I wonder if they think that's defamatory, that I say that, like, the conclusion I come to after watching, just sort of the eye that they choose, the camera direction that they choose, the just the general theme and smell of NBC is one that would hire a bunch of pedophiles. I don't think that's, like, there's nothing illegal about hiring pedophiles, so it's not per se defamatory. I don't think. I don't know what NBC would have against pedophiles, since they hire so many that allegedly. That can't be defamatory. I don't know. We'll see. We'll find out, I guess. But one thing I do want to do just before we get started fully, this weekend, I had a really good weekend. I know I took a couple shows off last week, Wednesday and Friday, which is really tough for me to do. It's really tough for me to take off shows because of all sorts of things. And one of the biggest reasons why it's hard for me to take off a show is because YouTube has said over and over to their creators, take time off, get recharged. Don't worry. Everything will be okay when you get back. And if YouTube says something, I inherently disbelieve it, because YouTube doesn't even know how to create a good YouTube channel. Like they legitimately don't. YouTube employees don't know. No one actually knows. The interesting thing about YouTube sort of partner management, as a member of the partner manager program, which means simply that I have a YouTube employee that helps me out with my channel. And she's great, by the way. I like her very much. She's fun and great to bounce ideas off of and to come up with ideas, but they learn from us. They learn from the creators how to make a YouTube channel actually function. And what they do then is they pool that sort of knowledge into like these individual people that are fence posts for their group of creators. And they're like, oh, okay, well, this is a thing that one of my other creators has done that works well. Some success they saw in this sort of field, and you're in this field, which isn't the same, but it's kind of similar. So that works. But like, there's not like a YouTube book that's like, here's how you make a YouTube channel to get 1 million subscribers. They don't know. They don't know. So I inherently disbelieve YouTube. I disbelieve them about their own platform. And so when they say, just take some time off, it'll be fine. No, it'll be cool. You don't have to upload videos or stream or anything. I'm like, oh, no, I understand. I understand. I dealt with this with Kremlin whole time. It's very not good. So it's hard for me to take time off. But let me just briefly spend a minute talking about what I did over the weekend, just because it's something that I enjoy doing. I enjoy doing on an annual basis. Let's see. Can I get this pulled up here? There we go. There we go. So I did post a picture from my weekend on my YouTube page, but I posted a different picture on Instagram today because I have an Instagram. I'm trying to like do stuff with it, but it's hard because it's weird. Instagram's like for women more than men, I think. And so like, I don't understand it in the same way, but, and then I posted a picture to my locals, and that's, we'll talk about it here real quick. So here's, on locals, I said, I love this lady, almost 18 years of marriage. Lady Rackets and I found a quiet place at the Minnesota Zoo Beastly Bash away from the crowds. It's an annual event used to help raise funds for the Minnesota Zoo. It's one of if there's a typo. Oh my God, I'm going to find a bridge and jump off it. Our favorite things to do each year in the past 2 years have been virtual. So blessed to attend live with this beauty. So that's us. There we are. Yes, that's me in a purple-ish suit. It's actually got some plaid coloration that doesn't really show up as well on the photo, but that's us. People were like, why are you going to the zoo in a suit? I got this question or comment a lot, so I wanted to address it really, really quickly. This was not going to, like, it's at the zoo, it's for the zoo, but it's a nighttime event. It's like a party that you go to. I mean, you pay to go or whatever, but it's all a fundraiser for the zoo. So there's drinks, copious amounts of drinks. Because anytime, can we for a moment talk about this? Why is it that every charity event I go to, which will necessarily involve transactional exchange, usually in the form of an auction of some sort, right? Why does all this involve liquor? And like a lot of it, they want you. I only had one drink that night. I just want to point that out. And it was a vodka cranberry that I made myself because our bartender was not the best mixologist and really didn't have any selection. And there was only Jim Beam. That was the only whiskey that we had. And that was not, I was not going to just sit and drink Jim Beam. But anyway, but I like to keep a clear head when there's auctions on the line. But there's an auction. They try and get you just absolutely trashed right before you're going to potentially bid thousands and thousands of dollars in exchange for goods. Like if they allowed you to buy, you would have a cognizable defense of intoxication and an inability to intelligibly enter into a contract with the level of liquor that they provide at these charity events. It drives me crazy. I'm like, this can't actually be legal. Like, because I have bid on stuff where I have been several years ago. I was at a charity event. This is when I was first on. Now, I was not first on Provigil, but it's where I really had started drinking more, because I used to drink very sporadically, but then I started drinking more, and I had kind of stopped taking Provigil, but I was getting back into it for various reasons of that was when I was early on in my YouTube channel and still working full time as a lawyer. So I was just burning up daylight all the time and working and working and working and working. So I was taking Provigil to help manage my narcolepsy when normally I can just take a nap. I didn't know about the negative effects of immigration on the Black community. I mean, I did not know about how narcolepsy or how Provigil and liquor interacted at the time. But let me briefly tell you, your liver is busy, for lack of a better word, using processing the Provigil. So the liquor kind of just sits in your system, and then when the Provigil gets finished processing by the liver, all of that liquor hits you at the same time. And it gets a little interesting. I'm just saying, at one of these charity events, I had a lot of liquor hit me at the exact same time, right before an auction. I have been in some crazy, crazy mental states, and I'm not so sure they were legal. That's what I'm that's what I'm talking about. But anyway, at the zoo event, I was clear-headed. But man, they give you quite a bit of alcohol. And but anyways, there's alcohol, food, dancing, a bunch of white people dancing to Black people music, which I love. Oh my gosh. When like the 55-year-old white ladies get like 3 mojitos in them and they are out on the dance floor dropping it like it's hot and you hear their hips crack every time. Oh, baby, you cannot, it doesn't get better. And anybody who's been to one of these like charity events, no, it doesn't matter where you go to a charity event. They're all the same. They're all the same. It's a bunch of 50, 55-year-old white women, and they're like, and they drop down and then they don't get back up, like their knees lock or whatever, and they're stuck down. So then they just start doing like this booty bounce until their man comes up and helps, like with the armpit lift, right? Oh, it's so good. It's so I watched some old ass people doing the Casper slide. Like, what are you at? A wedding? Like, why are you doing the Casper slide? Is this a roller rink? Can they just play some normal music? Like, what the hell's going on? You don't need a dance club beat. There's only 8 people out of the 1,000 people there that are dancing. Oh, it's great. Oh man. I love it. I love it. Ladies, my venerable ladies out there, don't stop. Don't stop, girls. You are slaying it. I love you all very dearly. It makes me unreasonably happy. It's like my Zen garden. I'll just sit down. I could just sit, like if my legs worked that way, I would just sit in lotus position and meditate to old white people dancing. And I can't wait, like 15 years, and I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you with like a fake knee and like a probably one of those like a boot, or maybe I'll have one of those like boot scooters for when you've got like a torn up ankle or whatever, and you need like the one leg scooter that you're wheeling around, you know, get one of those, get on the dance floor, because you can't miss your event just because you got your foot in a boot and on this fucking wheeled apparatus. Can't do that. But it was fun. It was fun. The worst part of it, though, let me briefly say the worst part. I wish I should have announced it earlier that I was going. I normally do, but I was so out of sorts last week that I forgot to just mention that I would be there, because there were a bunch of people who said, "Hey, I was there, right? I was at this thing, or I was close by, or I was at the event. I wish I would have seen, wish I would have known." And that's my bad, mea culpa on that one. I'll try and announce the events like that I go to in case people see them. But yeah, it's too bad. I mean, there was a sign at our area that said Rekieta Pavilion. So I mean, like if you just read like any sign, you would have found it. Bigots. Like you could have just been like, oh, weird. That's the Rekieta Law right there. Rekieta Pavilion. Okay, you could just find it. But anyway. Um so sorry, I there's I expected to run into someone there who we've been half trying to meet up for the past couple of years, and then nope, I didn't meet up with anybody. So it was a very peaceful evening with Lady Raggets. So so yeah, I think that's what I got. But again, thank you all for the nice positive comments on the whatchamacallit, on Locals, on YouTube, on Instagram. You guys are super nice, especially the ones that call me gay. And thank you to the couple people out there who do recognize that I am ethnically black. Like, and that's why I'm wearing a purple suit. I mean, I don't know how long it's going to take for people to understand that on the inside, 13% of me makes up 50 to 55% of my identity, and that identity is black. Okay. With that, we are going to what is with Legal Vices? I saw you in the audience. I saw you in the audience. What is with like decent Japanese whiskey having screw tops? Like, can they not afford cork? Like, what the hell is going on with this? This Yamazaki has a screw top. That's embarrassing. Anyway, these are the big problems in the world. Okay. I know he doesn't live in Japan. He lives in Korea, which is like farting distance from Japan, and they hate Japan. So I figured he would have like some local input on why the weak and effeminate Japanese are not as strong and manly as the Koreans and put screw tops on their whiskey bottles. I know the reality of where he lives. I'm just saying, I thought he would have personal insight into this. Okay. All right. Embarrassing for your noodle arm. My noodle arms they're noodly. There's no hiding from reality. Okay. Here we go. Should we jump into this interview? We should, but first, I do want to get to the super chats that came in early, and make sure we hit those, and then we'll get to it. So some weird stuff happens. Come on, please don't fuck up. YouTube has screwed up yet another thing. Okay, the super chat thing is broken. It'll take me just a minute to get the spreadsheet pulled up. Fucking. I just cannot. Yeah, I don't care about that. Here we go. Only YouTube could screw up its own system this bad. Nobody else has the power. All right, here we go. Sorry, I got to get this thing ready here. Okay, here we go. AJ Argello says, "Can we get a toast for the dead horse that everyone has been beating for 8 weeks?" And let me say this, because I did see some people bitching about the topic tonight. First of all, if you're bitching about the topic, fuck you. Yeah, heartfelt. You know what? Fuck you, heartfelt. This is probably one of the last Johnny Depp Amber Heard shows that I will do. It's one of the last ones I anticipate doing anyway. There would need to be something else happening. I would have done this show on Friday if I was able to actually do a stream. So with that, we'll be moving past Johnny Depp and Amber Heard pretty soon. There's not much else happening, but this is the culmination. This is the post-trial menstrual flow of Amber Heard, right? Her last raging against all of society. So I believe me, I'm actually really fucking tired of covering it too. But I did notice that I noticed this in one way by not watching any of the other coverage of this interview. I noticed no one else did it properly. So that's why I've got to do it. It's a reality. It's a requirement. But to the dead horse that everyone has been beating for 8 weeks, to Amber Heard, the more injections you get in that face, the longer it gets and the closer you are to Mr. Ed. You're about to have the face of a Midwesterner, girl, and you need to tame that shit down because all the silicone in the world cannot puff those cheeks up high enough to hold the tears you'll never cry. You shit actress, crazy bitch. To you, and you're shopping at TJ Maxx. How fucking embarrassing to go from Mira in Aquaman to TJ Maxx. May Montegraff's balls land on his keyboard as he masturbates you to you over the cameras he installed in the TJ Maxx dressing rooms so that he could live stream in peace. R.I.P. That's a good fucking whiskey. That's a good fucking whiskey. I got a phone call today. I can't disclose too much about it. I'm not going to say from who or whatever. Someone called me and they're like, what do you know about Montegraph? I'm like, I start dying laughing, right? Because Monty's been gone for so long. And turns out, he's out in the world somewhere tormenting other people. Yeah, Montegraph. I was a ghost. It was like a ghost of Tsushima or something. So, I don't know. I don't know exactly what's going on with him. He's such a fucking weirdo. But if you guys don't know about Montegraph, and many of you don't, and thank God you've never run into this like thing in your own lives, because it's something you have to have a very special temperament and personality to deal with. But which I do. I am like anathema to a Montegraph. Icy Brain, this is a Yamazaki 12, unfortunately. If my liquor store had an 18, I would probably buy it. I'm really thinking, guys, about buying this, trying to get a hold of this bottle. It was a 37-year Lagavulin for a 500,000 subscriber special. But I don't know if I can get it. So we'll see. But anyway, Montegraph's such a fucking weirdo. Catherine Smith says, Rackets, whatever shit you're going through, the chat loves you and your unbreaded ass, so take whatever time you need. We're hosed for your humor, chin up, mother yucker, and take time when, holy shit, I think there's more to the message. When you need it, our lame asses will be here waiting. Thank you, Catherine Smith. That's very, very thoughtful of you to make fun of me several times in a super chat. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, of course. No, thank you. Seriously. I try to be as honest and open about things as I can. And, because I said the other day, this parasocial relationship, it's a two-way street. And sometimes there's just like one lane going back towards you guys. And sometimes that happens. But I'm feeling great. This weekend was phenomenal. I got to spend just a shitload of time with Lady Rackets and really just recharge. And that's what I need. I'm really looking forward to our vacation coming up because that'll be a lot more time of just us. So with that, though, we're going to move on. Nathan Levy, I made a blind purchase of Angel's Envy Finish Rye for my pops for Father's Day off of your suggestion. It was fantastic. Everybody who emailed me for the Father's Day whiskey suggestions, sorry. I may not have gotten back to as many people as I wanted to. Striker A. Nick, can I get a shout out for my poor boy Bandit? My 16-year-old cat passed away Father's Day, and I took him to be cremated today. He was a great little guy, curious and friendly up till the end. His last night, he slept next to me before passing. Oh, man. Sorry to hear that, Stryker. It's a Bandit. I had a cat named Bandit. They always, if you name a cat Bandit, you're expecting something out of the cat, and you always get it because cats are universally terrible animals. And you know what I mean if you've had one. So to Bandit, cheers and peace to you, man. It sucks losing a companion, but it's great that you got to spend the final time with you. Josh Fabian, first time back watching live after moving my family to the great state of Florida. Thanks for all the shows during the stress of moving, you shyster lawyer, shyster disloyal. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to be of assistance. I hate moving. It makes me want to die. Frederick Little says, hey, Nick, I'm glad you and Lady Rackets had a great trip. I hope you, your dad, Lady Rackets' dad, and any fathers in the chat had a great Father's Day. Absolutely. To all of you who have wished me happy Father's Day, thank you. And to all the dads out there. I thought about doing a show on Father's Day. I did. Let me tell you why I didn't. Because when the fuck do men get good stuff? I'm not going to change shit. I'm not going to change anything about that. That's our lot. That's our lot, and we're okay with it. So we love and appreciate everybody who says Happy Father's Day. And the best part is you don't expect anybody to at all. You don't. You don't expect your kids to say it. You don't expect anybody to say it. And then everybody who does say it, it's a little dart of joy that hits you. And that's good. That's good. But we're kind of used to being shit on and cast aside by everything in society. So we're also kind of okay with not getting a thing. I'm not here to fix that. I don't want to change that. When society changes, then I'll change. But until then, men, you already know. You know why you do your shit. You know why you take bullshit all the time. And you by the time you're a dad, you're long resigned to the fact that you take bullshit all the time. So, okay. The Law Patrol says, go Nick, show them we don't care. I'm editing my video to replace the footage with caricatures and re-uploading. Screw NBC. Oh, you do that, brother. I've got a little bit of a different plan. Bagel Stomper. Hey, Nick, it's Pippa Pipkin's 1-year anniversary since her debut. Can we get a toast to everyone's favorite pink anime rabbit? She also said she might be able to collab with you in a few months. To Pipkin Pippa, the weird little rabbit that could. Everybody should check out her show. It's very funny. VTubers are degenerate and disgusting. And there's only one thing worse than VTubers out in the world, and it's all the dudes who jerk off to VTubers. They're the only thing worse. Well, let me correct it, because there's always one thing worse than whatever you just said, and that's a furry version of it. So the worst thing that's out there is the furry jerking off to Pipkin Pippa. But the second worst thing is the guys jerking off to Pipkin Pippa. And then the third worst thing is VTubers in general. So, but if there is a good Pipkin Pippa, it's or a good VTuber, it's Pipkin. So cheers to your first 1-year anniversary, Pipkin. And I'm sure that speech that I just gave will make Face Connect super happy to help us collab together. But girl, you know it's true. Stegus, shilling for Dragon's Treasure Tea tonight because they are helping a pillar of Nick's Discord community with one of his Discord mods raise money to go to Anime Matsuri, buy some tea, and use code AWOO to help AWOO get to Anime Matsuri. Okay. All right. CB says WTF is a VTuber. Yes, a VTuber is a virtual tuber. They use an anime avatar instead of like their own face. And they usually look like something that should be put down with a torch. To guys, go check out dragonstreasure.com. Seriously, high quality, handpicked, loose leaf tea. It's really phenomenal. Use promo code AWOO to buy yourself some tea. And also remember the good times you had with anime. Whatever those may be. Ryan McCoy with a huge chat. Thank you, says Ola Rackets. Spreading good tidings with my favorite Shaster lawyer. Just got promoted in a 15% raise. So I'm now in a new tax bracket and will be able to pay off my car by the end of the year, barring economic collapse. Knock on some wood, brother. Blood for the blood gods, skulls for the skull throne. You guys may know I did get, by the way, a Father's Day present that was very nice from Lady Rackets. And it's this. You can't see it very well, but we'll see if we can change that. It is a ring, and it is made of meteorite. So pretty fucking cool. I like it. But I did get that for Father's Day. So that was nice. It was a good surprise. Joe Ball says, Nick, what's up, guys? That's Joe Ball, author of Death, Death, Death on Indiegogo. Truly one of the best deals out there in independent comics. A 300-page book full of phenomenal art. And you can't get that anywhere. It's $25. $18 for the manga version, but $20 for the full size, full color. And it's great. It's great. Anton Shutter says Jesse Lee Peterson they're talking about is exposed as a predator. Just saw the video on 21 Studios. Had to edit this so goddamn much. I have seen some stuff about Jesse Lee Peterson. I haven't actually watched it. I've just seen some stuff floating in the miasma. Apparently he's gay, according to something. I don't know anything about that shit. I haven't watched any of that shit, and I'll take a look at it, but I haven't had any time. So, everybody makes up their own minds about all this stuff, and we'll have to see how it pans out. Slava Boga, Ziendorbi Pan Nick, I'm drunk on Sobieski vodka. You get it all. You get the world. It's in our blood. Where does your family hail from in Polska? Because we do not beg for freedom. We fight for it. Slava Isusu Christu. I don't know where in Poland my family comes from. I really don't. Unfortunately, my grandfather is passed, and I don't know that my dad knows where from, but I'm getting more investigative and invested in my heritage than I was in my youth. So I'm trying to find those answers. There's a bunch of cicadas that are somehow genetically linked to me in some town in Texas. Where is it? They have the Polish pickle run every year. I'm trying to think of the town. Please don't bother any of those cicadas. They literally don't know who I am. Like, these are not close family. They're just all genetically linked somehow. So I might have to head down to a Polish pickle run and check it out. Because it's not New Braunfels. It's somewhere else. But the Polish pickle Bremont. Yes, Killdozer's got it. Bremont, Texas. Is where a lot of cicadas ended up. And so, like, Bremont, Texas, and then Detroit, which explains a lot. So I'll have to make it down to another Polish pickle run. I went to one once. It was kind of fun. I was a barbecue judge by accident, and that was fantastic. Walter Deadman says, I was a wimp before Anchor Arms. Now I'm a jerk, and everyone loves me. Very good. Guardian Gamer says, looking forward to Matsuri and seeing everyone. I live in Houston, but curious if I should get a hotel room next to the convention for one of the nights. If I should, which night should it be? The night of the rave, probably, if you want to go to that, if you're like, want to be a weirdo. Because the rave happens really late. Like, it starts at midnight or 1 or something, goes till 4 a.m. If you like that sort of stuff, that's probably the latest night and the best night to get a room. If you don't want to go to the rave, though, any other time. Phoenix Lord Asserman says, Montagraph, Sweaty Sausage Squad, rise up. Andrew Rohn going on hour 18 of HVAC work today because Minnesota weather has 0 chill. Figured I need to share that sweet double time labor. Cheers. Dude, my car showed 106 today. And my car was in the garage, in my climate controlled garage. Well, no, I guess my garage isn't climate controlled. It's just heated. So my garage was pretty warm, but it wasn't 106 degrees warm. So I pulled out of my garage into the outside air. 106. It was fucking insane how hot that was. Damn. Damn. So good luck with that, brother. No, I was at someone's house the other day and their air conditioner wasn't working. And they called up and they're like, is your air conditioner being power cycled by the electric company? And they were appalled because they never, asked for that, but they had it. The electric company called me one time and they're like, hi, would you like to participate in our power cycling program to help reduce the load during high stress? I'm like, no. What is this? Why in God's name would I want you to turn off my air conditioner? Turn off all the dumbasses' air conditioners and leave mine on. That's what I want. I want the fucking simps to be air conditioning my house. Why would you turn this off? Who agrees to that? Who agrees to that plan? I'm like, oh, well, yeah, turn off my power right when it's the hottest. No, thank you. Fuck that. Oh, God. It was horrible. I'm like, no, I want extra juice to my air conditioner. If it's 100 degrees out, I want it to be even colder in my house. I'll turn my thermostat down intentionally to use more electricity. Good God. How do we get brainwashed into this shit? People are like, oh, yes, I actually, when it gets dangerously hot, would you please take away my safety net that mankind toiled for millennia to come up with a way to not die from heat? And then they did it. And now I want to turn that off when it gets hot. Please. That'll be great. Cryptic says, glad you took some time off and congrats your new bundle of joy 9 months from now. We're done. We are long done, but thank you thank you for the sentiment. But yeah, there's no more little Racketses coming along. Bobblehead Homestead says, next Halloween, just add a few accessories and some bling to that suit along with blackface. You can go as a pimp. Cheers from a Dry County in Arkansas. Dry County should no longer exist. I mean, we gotta get past this shit. Tarkina Meyer says, I ordered my for my hubby Balvenie Stories the week of Pete, 14-year single malt. I'm a fan of Balvenies. That sounds like a good whiskey. I haven't had that specific one, but it's good. Alien Baby says, cool. What superpowers do you have now with the ring? The power to embarrass myself on a drunken live stream. That's what we're working for. TC, a toast to anti-Pope Michael Avenatti. Pled to 5 more charges last Thursday. Ripped off yet another client. MSM barely mentioned it. Maybe embarrassed so many of them wanted him to run for office. To Michael Avenatti, the grifter of all grifters, except simultaneously the best and worst because he got caught. He got caught with his hand in the cookie jar and his thumb in his asshole. And may he rot forever in whatever hole they shove him into. Mr. Avenatti, what else can I say to you but this?
I hope you die in prison as well.
Matthew Perkins says 106 degrees is a Tuesday afternoon here in Florida. Oh, I know. It's not that bad. I mean, it's bad. It sucks for Minnesota. Certainly, it's there's certainly worse places like Mumbai or whatever, but or Delhi. But it is fucking hot, right? But the problem is that in Minnesota they're like, oh God, how are we going to keep up the power load? Our windmills don't work. Fuck off. You cannot turn off my shit. No. All right, let's do this. Video. Might as well get it started. One thing I will have to do, there are ads on this video, and I will not play them because they're not part of my commentary. So we'll pull those off when that happens. Here we go. I've got it right to the start. I skipped the irrelevant fluff of NBC because I'm using only the amount of this interview necessary to properly comment and adequately assess and critique what's going on, which is the interview itself is what I will be doing. I don't really care about NBC's commentary about the interview. I don't care about their stupid ads. I don't care about any of that shit. We're just really going to analyze what they're doing. Reggie Stogie says, "Hey Nick, I'm going to be listening to this at work tomorrow, so give me a posture check. Thanks." Oh fuck. Thanks, I needed that. Reggie Stogie, check your posture, you bitch. What are you doing? Slouched over like some sort of fat heathen. What is there? Is there a pastrami sandwich or something in front of you that you're just huffing in like glue? Get your back erect, get that neck tall, and stop being a Quasimodo huntback beta bitch. Try that out. And best of luck to you, brother. There at work. Let's hit it. Here we go.
You're here. Some people might ask, why?
The interviewer
Are you brave?
might
Are you
ask
reckless? Are you vindictive? Why did you want to do an interview?
The interviewer seems really nervous.
One thing I can tell you is one thing I'm not is vindictive.
What? That's your lead off is one thing I'm not is vindictive? You're a vindictive bitch. Your countersuit was vindictive and it fucked you. And it fucked you harder than probably Johnny Depp ever did. You dumbass. You stupid vindictive bitch. That was your plan? You fucking idiot. And one thing I'm not is vindictive. She's already got the tone put on. You can hear it in her voice. It's going to change as we go, I'm sure. But for now, she's got that fucking tone. She thinks it's going to work. It's not going to work at all. But I just love that. One thing I'm not is vindictive. Bitch, you filed a false restraining order. You carried on a hate campaign for 2 years that didn't work. And then you finally found the American Simp Liberties Union to come to the rescue of the white blonde damsel, hoping that they could pick her up like a fucking bowling ball. But they couldn't do it because you don't actually have lady parts down there. You have a steel trap that tries to ruin men. Fuck you. Heartfelt.
There's no part of me that this would be a really lousy way to get vengeance.
Wait.
There's no part of me that sees any.
Okay, that was weird.
This would be a really lousy way to get vengeance.
Look, that's a non-answer. Okay, I'm gonna help you. You guys asked me for a body language expert. You asked me for a behavioral expert all throughout the trial, and I resisted. Let me tell you why. I am that. I am that for you. Okay? I am your body language expert. I've been studying bodies, and I speak the language. Okay? And I'm also a behavioral expert. So let's hit this. Her smile is low. It doesn't reach her eyes. It's a lie. I mean, this is obviously a lie. She's not happy. She got her ass fucking plastered. But this is one of those smiles that helps you kind of cope. It's a coping smile. That's okay. But notice the non-answer. This would be a lousy way to get vengeance. Well, it wasn't it, you dumb bitch? It was, of course, a lousy way to get vengeance. You didn't get vengeance. You got fisted by a jury. That's what ended up happening. And you got other fisted. So they're sitting there doing this and you're just bouncing up and down. You got other fisted by the court of public opinion. It was the worst way to get vengeance. We know you failed miserably. That doesn't mean that's not what you were doing. And she stopped herself in the middle of it to correct her coming lie into an avoidance and a dodge. There you go. There's your body language expert. I'm commenting on her micro expressions here, but more importantly, the behavioral analysis. What she didn't say was everything about the answer to the question. Instead, she gave a non-answer that allows a dodge and allows the listener to leap to the conclusion that she's going for. I didn't do this for vengeance because it would be a bad idea. It's a truthful statement. It was a bad idea. Objectively, she is correct. She knows it. It happened. But it's also a non-answer that allows her to obscure her truthful answer.
What do you hope to get across here? You've had everything said about you. What do you wish
Most of
people
it by
knew?
me.
You know, Savannah, as silly as it is to say this out loud,
Here we go.
my goal, the
Nope.
only thing I can hope for at this point, is just want people to see me as a human being.
Good luck. Good luck. You're a fucking robot and a badly programmed one.
Tonight, we talk with Amber Heard, the woman at the
I don't
center
care.
of one of
Case about the impact
6 weeks.
Okay, I want to get to the interview.
Private.
I want any of this shit.
They just were,
Babe, you're not
we go.
punched.
for some people,
Here we go.
they just were.
I'm going to skip all that commentary shit. What a waste of fucking time NBC is doing with their own commentary on their own. Look, NBC, you're not qualified to comment on anything because you're a gaggle of retards flopping around in a bunch of olive oil looking for a couple grapes. And what you ended up with was the producer's testicles in your mouth. And then you thought you'd find wine. But that being said, I don't care about their commentary. It's not useful. I don't care about the narrative. I care about the questions and the answers. So that's what we're going for.
Frankly disgusted by the whole thing and don't have much sympathy for either one of you. Can you understand that?
Absolutely. I can understand.
Nope. She can't understand. She definitely cannot. And we know she can't understand because we know for the past couple of years, Amber Heard has been railing against the fact that public opinion turned against her in 2020. She's been railing against it. The fact that they had to ask Adam Waldman about the commentary and his decision to interact with YouTubers who then interacted with the public in the way that YouTubers are very good at, baffled them. It blew their minds. So no, this is a lie. Absolutely. She cannot understand why they don't like both of them. She can only understand why they she can only understand why they wouldn't like Johnny Depp. She cannot fathom that someone could not like her based on this situation. This is another lie.
Understand that. I would not blame.
What the fuck is going on?
Absolutely. I can understand that. I would not blame. People don't with brats at their worst.
Okay, here we go. Sorry.
But what people don't understand is
There it is.
it's actually so much bigger than that.
Yep.
This is
Absolutely, I can understand. But what they don't understand is that they're stupid. She just said it. I mean, it's so much bigger than what they realize.
this is not only about our First Amendment right to speak.
But here's the thing about the First Amendment. The First Amendment.
Whatever
To
their
speak.
But here's the thing about the First Amendment. The First Amendment.
their fucking player is broken here. Hold on.
Into yes, exactly. Free speech does not protect you if you go into a crowded theater.
We talked about
and
this
you
the other
scream
day.
Fire.
This is
We get
wrong.
The concept of free speech from the Greeks, but
Free speech does protect you if you go into a crowded theater and yell fire under many, many, many circumstances. Most importantly, the one in which no one is injured, no matter what the other circumstances are, free speech protects you to run into a crowded theater and yell fire. Not recommended. There are some circumstances in which you will do that, which are not protected. But you would be hard pressed to find any law on any books that specifically says you cannot yell fire in a crowded theater. Even though that's apparently the one most unprotected phrase in the English language, you can't make a law about it because it'd be overly broad. It wouldn't survive strict scrutiny because there are tons of circumstances where you can run into a crowded theater and yell fire. Again, most importantly, the one in which no panic ensues and no injury is made. What would anyone sue over?
But my understanding of what that means is not just the freedom to speak. It's a freedom to speak truth.
Truth to power, she says.
Did it all.
Fucking hell.
It's a freedom to speak truth.
The power.
So, how did it all come to this?
Damn it.
down the road.
This player is fucking
Amber
broke.
Lordham, after moving to, and she got a call that would change her life. It was from Sue in a film called The Rum Diary. He was 40. After several years of
There's
dating,
like a bunch
the
of
couple
pauses
got
in this.
engaged.
It's
Don't-
wonderful.
I don't care about any of this.
Depp Heard. Me Too movement was in.
Hold on. Let me refresh this fucking player for a second. Where are we? We're at 6 minutes and 8 seconds. Let's see if that fixes anything. Just a second. Sorry. I fucking hate NBC. I hate them. I hope they die. Okay, yeah. Okay, here we go. We got it back now. Anyway, I ultimately hate the free speech discussion every time it comes up because it's always wrong. It's always idiotic. Someone asked, though, they asked a good question. What about bomb on an airplane? Bomb on an airplane is actually a different thing because of a couple reasons. One, airlines are part of the Department of Transportation. They're heavily controlled. They are also points of entry. They are points of particular vulnerability. And so with that, saying bomb on an airplane is such a specific circumstance with a ton of federal control at a place where that federal control and federal power is about at maximum. You'll find that with really any port of entry as well. Lots of otherwise unlawful searches are perfectly legal at border crossings and really within 10 to 20 miles of border crossings for the same types of reasons. It's where federal power is at its zenith. And that's a really important part of the strict scrutiny analysis of restrictions on enumerated rights. So bomb on a plane, I do not recommend making a free speech challenge to being able to say bomb on a plane. It will get you in trouble a lot. And trust me, you don't want to be the guy doing that fight. If you're the guy doing that fight, you want it to be an accident or a misunderstanding that you're making that stand on and trying to get that opinion from the Supreme Court. But really, airlines are where the federal government has a shit ton of power, and you're just not going to get around that very easily. Ow. My hip just popped like a 55-year-old woman dancing. Okay, here we go. We've got Litho Mike. My grandfather emigrated from Czechoslovakia in the 1920s before the communist takeover. My dad, God rest his soul, had the Slovak nose. Grandfather settled in PA east of Pittsburgh. He had a brother, but lost contact. Ellie Monson. Hey, and Nick, been watching you since Maddox. Oh, hey, what's up, Ellie? Old school. And it's good big nuts seeing how much you've grown in regards to your ever-growing audience as well as super chats. I'm curious as to how your show and runtimes will evolve in the near future. Much love. Don't know. Lots of the show and runtimes have to do with the chat and the subjects. I'm flexible. I'm not locked into a syndication deal that says you have this much time with this many ad reads or anything like that. It's my show. I control it. And so since I'm in control, it means there's very little control happening. But we'll see. I'm interested to it too. Bass player 2011 IFY, which stands for I fuck you, says, hey, Nick, weird that bottle didn't come with a cork. I have a bottle of Hibiki, no age, from the same company, and it came with a cork. Hibiki Suntory that's a good bottle. I like it. Also, I'm finishing off a bottle of Ardbeg 10, another good bottle. As I type this, any other Isla recommendations besides Lagavulin 16? Well, yes, Lagavulin 12, fantastic. Lafroig quarter cask, pretty good. Bowmore 15 Darkest. Bowmore 15 Darkest is phenomenal. It's one of my favorite whiskeys. And this is one I found that's really not expensive for an Isla Scotch. The Port Ascaig. Let me make myself a little bit bigger for just a second. Port Ascaig Isla whiskey, 110 proof, is really, really good. This is a great bottle. Okay, anyway, finally, Finally, Jackson Kai. What if I yell Amber Heard in a crowded theater and people are injured trying to leave? She's not actually in the movie. Am I liable? Surely no reasonable person would expect Amber Heard to be in a movie after this. You got a compelling argument, brother. Here we go.
You've said many times you just wanted to go on with your life. When you wrote the op-ed, it raised all of this again. Why did you do that if you wanted to just go on and put this past you?
Because the op-ed wasn't about my relationship with Johnny.
It
But
literally
it alluded
was.
to him. It was
that-
unmistakable.
You know, what the op-ed was about was, me loaning my voice to bigger.
Yeah, Andrew, I get it that it's edited from the clips they showed earlier. I only watched one of them, and I want to see the flow of the whole thing. That's part of why I'm watching it. I didn't watch all of the clips that they did, so I haven't seen all of the interview. But we're watching the whole thing in context as they did it.
Cultural conversation that we were having at the time. It was about reforms, legislative reforms.
Oh, good. Legislative
renewing
reforms.
the Violence
Wonderful.
Against Women Act.
Did you worry? Gosh, I'd love to be a person weighing in on these cultural issues, but that's going to stir this all up again.
That's a great question, and one that I wish was considered more seriously, because it's important.
When you wrote this op-ed, it was the height of Me Too. Legions of powerful men being canceled, losing their jobs. Did you want that to happen to Johnny Depp?
Of course not. It wasn't about him.
Johnny Depp disagreed.
Why you got to be
Filed a
lying?
$50 million
Why you got to be lying?
led to the recent showdown in court.
I don't have to remind you that you've been found liable for defamation against Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Having been
Of course, well, I didn't mean to affect Johnny Depp. I only have a bunch of emails back and forth with the ACLU trying to protect me so I could say whatever I wanted about Johnny Depp, but definitely be immune from litigation from it. By the way, the lawyer that she hired to do that, she should sue him for the $8.5 million that she owes Johnny Depp.
been found liable, are you nervous as we are here today about what you can say now?
No.
Of course. I took for granted what I assumed was my right to speak.
You did not take it for granted, you lying fucking cunt. You know you didn't. You hired an attorney who specialized in defamation to try and help you navigate your defamatory remarks in a way that would insulate you from liability. You did not trust in the First Amendment. This is a post hoc narrative that you've generated as a convenient defense. And it's wonderful. It was a good idea to try it as a defense, but you knew you didn't have the right to say what you wanted to say because it would be a lie that would get you in trouble because you're a fucking liar who wanted to harm him. You prepared for it. And guess what? No matter what lofty notions we might have about saying, oh, well, you can't comment on someone's hiring of a lawyer to exercise their rights. Juries are real people, bitch, and they knew exactly what you were doing. They know juries are stupid, but they're not dumb. If that makes sense. They're not dumb. They know when someone is trying to bullshit their way out of their own liability, and they don't trust them. So when your lawyers bringing in that expert who helped you write it, I mean, he was going to get called by the other side if he didn't get called by you, but your lawyers bring that guy in. Fucking stupid plan to bring that guy on to explain all the ways you tried to avoid being in court. Not him saying, you know what, you really shouldn't mention anything about your marriage or Johnny Depp at all. You shouldn't even refer to him in the abstract because that would protect you from defamation. That would have helped because you're saying that it wasn't about Johnny Depp. You're saying that it wasn't about your relationship. You're saying all these things, but you had a guy help you craft statements that would get you as close to that as possible without the consequences. Problem is, those consequences came and slapped you in the face.
Not just about what I lived through, but what I knew
Do you feel like you could be sued again by him for defamation?
I'm terrified, which is what I guess a defamation lawsuit is meant to do. It's meant to
No.
to take your voice.
Nope. No. Notice how he didn't ask you for an injunction. He didn't ask the court for an injunction. He never asked you to stop saying the shit. He just sued you and said, you fucked my reputation. Now get fucked back, you bitch. Because that's what a defamation suit does. Because that's all it can do. Because you got the luxury of raping someone's career. And the least you can do is have to pay back a pittance of what you did to them. Pay back a smidgen of the damage that you've done, taking someone's entire life and throwing it in a fucking garbage can, which is where your career belonged without him in the first place. You are a dime a dozen moderately attractive blonde in Hollywood. There are way hotter chicks at the average Hooters in Oklahoma than you who can act better because they pretend to like the people they get tips from, and you can't even manage that. You are worth less than anyone thinks but me, because I'm the only one who has correctly and accurately assessed your value. And it is so far below zero that it's embarrassing. Your personal account is overdrawn harder than a fucking Social Security income drug addict at a Wells Fargo. It's in the fucking ground, lady. But what you did to someone else was worse than what you've done to yourself. And so the least you can do is take a defamation lawsuit where the court says, we can't fix your reputation. We can't change people's minds. All we can do is maybe make this person compensate you if they can even afford it. And you'll have to work really hard to get it. It's crazy. It's meant to take my voice. Notice he hasn't stopped you from saying anything now. He didn't ask the court to say, by the way, shut this bird's mouth, if you would. I no longer have use for her throat in the ways that I did, and I'd prefer those fantastic teeth to stay together and not to let words escape. He didn't ask that. He could have. He could have asked the court to enjoin her from making same or similar statements about Johnny Depp and their relationship in the future. It would have been a hard thing for the court to do, but he could have done that. He could have asked for an injunction against further defamatory comments, but he didn't. All he asked for was something to help repair his reputation, because that's what defamation is. It's meant to take their voice. That's a popular and cute narrative based on a couple bad defamation lawsuits that were hitting people a while ago. Now defamation, the purpose of it. Here's what a defamation lawsuit is. A defamation lawsuit is an 80-yard pass down a football field where the wide receiver is running, stops on a random spot on the field, bends over and opens his asshole. And you hope that the football lands, goes in there, and comes out its mouth. Because that's how hard it is as a public figure to win a defamation case. It's so fucking challenging to do so. And they're like, oh, it's an effective tool to silence victims. It's not. It's not in any way effective. It didn't silence her. It didn't silence her team. She was still, by proxy, defaming Johnny Depp during the lawsuit with an active order from the judge to not make comments to media or social media. She's still doing it. He still couldn't stop her.
When we come back, inside the
God.
Team argued that
Which is a need for conflict, which is a need for violence.
the Depp team argued that you were the abuser, that you instigated physical violence.
I never had to instigate it. I responded to it. As I testified to,
Is this a
if
preview?
it meant the difference between a broken nose or a sore cheek, I would do it.
It didn't mean the difference between any of that. Here, one second. Let me get past the ad real quick. Let me read this super chat. Jonathan Walker says, hey, Nick, admire your work. What advice for someone who wants to start creating YouTube content but is worried about being canceled? The thought of pouring time and energy into something that could be terminated at a whim is untenable. Thank you, sir. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. You have to get comfortable with the idea that you could be canceled at any moment and your entire body of work could become nothing else. If you're worried about that, you got to build backup channels. But being honest, I mean, everybody's at risk, but most people are not particularly at risk for that. I mean, I'm a guy who's fairly spicy on YouTube with some moderately controversial takes that are given. You can't talk about some stuff. You can't even talk honestly about some stuff from a legal perspective because of the rules. But the rules are fairly easy to navigate. They get you like they got Act Man, right? They get you at a time when you are pissed off and attacked and down, which is the way most things go. And then they exploit that. They exploit your weakest moment. So you just can't have them. But it really depends on what kind of content you do. Because, I mean, if you're uploading pre-recorded videos, you have all of the time in the world to edit that stuff and to make sure you're not going to get absolutely fucked by terms of service. Hold on. We're almost back. Here we go. Also, Rob the Pan says Amber should have called Ricada as an expert witness to say it's not possible for her to have cut Johnny's finger off in Australia because Australia doesn't exist. Would have been more convincing than her other experts. Yeah, but you know what? Here, everyone should hire me as a defamation consultant. That fucking weird gay lawyer she hired or whatever. I'm a defamation expert. I helped to craft these statements. You could have just hired me, right? And she would have been like, hey, Nick, I want to write this about Johnny Depp. Why? Well, to give context to this. Why do you need context to it? Well, because I want to tell my story about being a victim of domestic abuse. Okay, why don't you just say I stood up as a victim of domestic abuse? Well, because I need people to know that it was 2 years ago. Well, why would you need that? Well, because that's when I did it. But what else was happening at the time? Well, I was ending my marriage with Johnny Depp. Right. So people can identify what specific domestic abuse you're talking about is what you're saying. Well, yeah. Okay. Why do you need that though? Like if you stood up as a victim of domestic abuse, that could be any kind of domestic abuse. And isn't it publicly known that you were abused as a child? Well, yeah, but you want to smear Johnny Depp, right? You dumb bitch. Stop it. Turn the fuck off. Shut up. Because that's what you need to do. You need to tell this stupid chick exactly why what she's doing is retarded. That's the only way you can stop these people from harming themselves. You can say a lot of shit on television. Fuck off. Well, you do. You just didn't have a good choice here. You had a choice. You made your choice. They disagreed. And they were right. And your lawyer should have advised you of that. Oh, fucking hell. I have it muted. God damn it. Sorry. Here, let me summarize what she said. I'll summarize it. I'm not going to go back. It doesn't matter. She said that she didn't want this to be public. She didn't want it to be public. She didn't want it to be part of the public record. But when you're sued, you have no choice, which is not quite true, as I stated. Sorry about that. Anyway, let's get back to it. Oh, God, I hate these cuts. Boring. Can we get to the fucking interview? Okay. Not only did the Depp team argue that, Amber Heard and her team argued that as well. How is it still fucking muted? Ah! I will go back.
Did you?
Miss Heard's fist. Amber Heard's fist.
The Depp team argued that you were the abuser, that you instigated physical violence. Did you?
I never had to instigate it.
Non-answer. We discussed this last time. Oh, this is a micro expression. This is a micro expression right here. It's called dude weed. But yeah, again, a non-answer. I never had to instigate it, but you did. You did instigate it. I won't rehash this.
Responded to it. When you're living in violence and it becomes normal, as I testified to, you have to adapt. You adopt strategies to cope with it. If it meant.
She testified to it because, let's be honest here, according to the accounts I've heard, she did live in domestic violence in her past, just not with Johnny Depp. Also, as a lesbian, she likely has lived in domestic violence relationships quite a bit, and her victims would know all about this.
As I testified to, if it meant the difference between a broken nose or a sore cheek, I would do it.
What about the witnesses who said they have seen you instigate physical violence? Did they all come in and lie in court?
I'm,
Yeah.
Less interested in sitting.
She got side mouthy here. She stopped talking out the front. She's now talking out the side. You've noticed I pointed this out before. Why? That's weird. It's weird to start talking out the side of her mouth, but she does it here. It's very, very strange. I think she's afraid of the words coming out. But is everybody else lying? Good question.
Here, relitigating it with you. I am not here to call any of his witnesses any names. I'm not here to do that. I'm here to just kind of talk about it from what it felt like for me as a person who sat there.
Who sat there?
There was one more voice doubtings of the couple. Recording and
Punch tapes.
I did not deck you. I was hitting you.
There are tapes in which you acknowledge hitting. There are tapes in which you say, I started the fight.
I know much has been made of these audio tapes.
She's going to talk about how she lied in the audio tapes, but definitely not in the courtroom. You dummy. Don't you understand that all of this hurt your credibility? Every single inconsistency? Yeah. Oh, you were lying just to save yourself. Were you? When did they believe you? If you're admitting to lying, by the way, you got to own lies that you are caught in, and you should do it quickly and openly. But when you do, your credibility will always take a hit. And if she's going to say, well, I was lying because of the circumstance or whatever, it doesn't look good.
And as I testified on the stand, what you would hear in those clips are not evidence of what was happening. It was evidence of a negotiation of how to talk about that with your abuser.
But I am looking at a transcript that says, he says, you start physical fights, and you say, I did start a physical fight.
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did.
But you're just telling me today, I never started a physical fight, and here you are on tape saying you did.
As I testified on the stand about this, is that when your life is at risk, not only will you take the blame for things that you shouldn't take the blame for, but when you're in an abusive dynamic, psychologically, emotionally, and physically, you don't have the luxury of saying, hey, this is black and white, because it's anything but when you're living in it.
He says he never hit you. Never. Is that
Never.
a lie?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
He says he's never struck any woman. His lawyers argued at trial.
yes, it's a lie because he hit me. When? Which time? Which time aren't you lying about? That's the hard question. That's why the jurors found against her. They can't figure out which time she's not lying.
None of his other prior relationships, not one woman has come forward and said he physically hit them. You were the only one.
Look what happened to me when I came forward.
Everyone.
Would you?
Yes. Yes. Yes, you would. If you got hit, you should and do come forward. Come forward to the police when you get hit. That's when you should come forward right away. They took out the part about separating herself from the victims. Where's the full interview then? Okay, here we go.
In front of people.
As you sit here today, do you stand by your
Oh, let's see, they edited out the part where she said they don't have the tools that you or I do. I remember there being a stink about that from the clips. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, we'll see. Compare this with the 10-minute snip. It's for today. Well, I think I did the 10-minute snip from today, the other day, but here we go. Let's see what else there is. I want to see the interview that they put out though. Thank you for the information, but we're watching this.
testimony and your accusations against Johnny Depp about abuse?
Of course, and I will to my dying day.
When Dateline continues.
Oh, fucking hell. All right, here we go. I gotta sit through a minute and a half of ads, but I do it so you don't have to. Kyle Cowden says, spent a long time with Smitty, the Chandler Halderson witness. If you're a vet or responder, go to FOG Discord. If you want music to touch your soul, search Sable Breeze on all EP and stream outlets. Right, Nick? Absolutely. Check it out. Check out Sable Breeze. Anywhere you can find music, you'll find her there. And Smitty's a good dude. I owe him a conversation. I've just been fucking wrapped up. Also, C Goody is trying to get me to remember to tell you guys to please go ahead and slap that like button harder than you would slap Amber Heard if this bitch made your life a walking Johnny Depp hell. So is that okay to say? Is that I don't know what the rules are anymore about that, because she was lying. Court of law determined she was lying, so we can say that, right? Like that's how that works. Oh my God, who's this fucking weirdo? Okay.
Dealt with the same substantive issues, handled differently by a judge instead of a jury.
Johnny Depp sued The Sun, a British tabloid.
It's a completely different trial, which is critical.
Describing him as a wife beater. The case went to trial 2 years.
It's such a different trial that it fucking bears mentioning for just a minute. It's a different defendant. It's a different article. The defamatory statements are different. And the defamatory statements in the Sun article are third-party statements relying on the allegations of a first party. That's way different from first-party statements. Even in the United States, Johnny would have had an extremely hard time winning against the UK Sun. Extremely hard time. He may have been able to do it with a jury because they would go through the same process of shredding the credibility of the people involved. They would be able to challenge them and show their motivations, and they wouldn't have had a crooked judge to do it. They may have been able to convince a U.S. jury that the UK Sun had defamed Johnny Depp and did so knowingly. But it's a lot harder. Even in the US, it would have been an extremely uphill battle. But you're talking about different legal systems, different standards of proof, different defendants, and different statements. All of those things. It's so different that it's actually fucking embarrassing that Amber Heard's team tried to have that as the basis for dismissal of this suit. That this suit had already occurred in some other fashion. No, it hadn't. It hadn't. It's in a different forum. It's to a different defendant. It's over different statements. So there's no actual common nexus of defamation going on.
Years ago in the UK, there were no cameras in court. The judge in that case found that most of Amber Heard's allegations.
Look at how she dressed in the UK. That's better. She should have worn this outfit in the US. She probably would have won.
Of abuse were substantially true.
Johnny Depp.
Actually, oh God, who's this? This chick is dressed very well. I like this. I like this suit. I like that. That's a good suit. Shoulder pads are a little weird. I'm not a big fan of the sharp shoulder pad look.
Most of Amber Heard's allegations of abuse were substantially true.
Johnny Depp has lost his legal battle.
The jury, in the time
fucking-
she got here,
And Sparrow fan saw the courtroom packed full of Captain Jack Sparrow fans who were vocal, energized, who had come from
You're familiar with people who had come, aren't you?
all ends of the world.
We've been here all night long. I took 2 buses, 2 trains, and I had to walk a half an hour.
And the jury saw all of that.
during 5 days on the stand, Amber told her version of the toxic relationship. She said the physical abuse began when they were first dating and continued throughout their marriage.
And I was walking out of the bedroom, slapped me across the face.
Just
I
slapped
turned
her
to look
across
at
the
him.
face.
And I said, Johnny, you hit me. You just hit me. I testified on the stand. I got hit for a very long time before I knew how to even try to defend myself.
Amber said the abuse usually happened in private, but told the jury Depp once kicked her on a plane in front of his entourage.
I felt so embarrassed that he could kick me to the ground.
Kick me to the
in
ground.
front of people.
In front of people.
In all, she described
Why would that
at
be-
least 12 times when Depp hit her.
And he's punching me with
Punching
a closed fist, punching me.
She said it often happened when he was drunk or on drugs.
Right now,
Except all the times that you showed he was drunk or on drugs, in literally all of them, he's fucking unconscious. Again, the lack of foresight. This is a critical element of the legal practice. That is Oh yeah, we're still live on Odyssey and Rumble. Sorry. I just my brain broke on this. Just a minute. Where I was tweeting. I was tweeting right now. My stream is no longer being blocked. Here we go. We're back. Here we go. We're back. It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna bring it back in just a minute. We're gonna go right back into it. We're gonna take a little pause. Take a little pause. Let this go, and then I'll bring it back up. That was YouTube blocking my stream for quote unquote copyrighted video and audio. So I do have a tweet out there in which I hope YouTube will go ahead and respond to me calling NBC cunts. So we're gonna work on that for now. T Hang on Twitter is fucking killing me. She says they're fucking dildos, pussy ass motherfuckers. T Hang, thank you for that. That made me really, really happy. Really, really happy. We're gonna go, like I said, we're gonna go back to that video in just a minute. In just a minute. We've got Goober Gabber says, do the unbreaded segment in your gospel priest voice. We'll see about that. Dr. Kenneth Noisewater says, NBC, can you not though? Seriously. Very nice. The Law Patrol says, oh my God, struck midstream. Oh, we're going to be back. We're going to be back. And by the way, if I should announce this, I should have announced this sooner. If the stream goes down on YouTube, I'm adding the Rumble. Watch on Rumble. I'm adding the Rumble video link to the YouTube description. If it goes down on YouTube, we will stay up on Rumble and Odyssey. You can just click on that link in the description and we will finish the show. We'll finish the show. Don't worry. You can always find me on Rumble and Odyssey if the YouTube thing goes down. No joke, anti-woke over on Rumble. Speaking of which, says, because fuck YouTube, PS. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. And true, fuck YouTube. From time to time, they need to be reminded who their creators are. It always baffles me that YouTube was built by us. It was built, and I don't mean like me being us as creator, because I've only been on YouTube, about 4.5 years. I didn't build it, but we were watching it. We were the people watching YouTube, and we were watching us. We were watching your neighbor, your grocer, your physician, whoever, your carpenter, your plumber. We were watching these people, that guy with the cat that's got the funky leg or whatever. We were those people watching our peers. And then big media came in and started swinging their fucking dicks around. And YouTube just bent over and took it like a Cuban gay under Castro. Like they just bent over and fucking took it from big media, as if YouTube was not going to be one of the most dominant forces on the planet as far as media consumption and crafting the direction of media in the future. Like as if they weren't going to do that. Like they had no confidence that even though they're fucking Google, they didn't think they would win. It's like, you can't really bet against Google. Not because they're particularly good or skilled. It's because they have unlimited money. They have the world's money running through their fingers. It's almost impossible to fight. They can also completely they can snuff out whoever they want. Who would stop them? How do you prevent a search engine from suppressing results? There are people who are trying and they can't do it. And they favor these people. They favor the people who want YouTube destroyed, right? NBC doesn't want YouTube around. YouTube is competition. YouTube took eyes off of their corporate money. YouTube allows people to skip the ads that run on TV. All those paid for by Pfizer, Viagra ads, the 9,000 that you get on every single fucking show nowadays, NBC wants those ads. They make a fortune off of them. They're gone in a heartbeat when that shit goes to YouTube. And say you get ads for like an auto garage or whatever you're interested in. I know most of you don't have broken penises, so you don't need to buy the little blue pill. So why the fuck do I need to watch a million ads for a pill that I don't need? My manhood is intact and my dick is hard, right? Like I don't need a pill. My dick is hard. Like what the fuck? So why do I have to watch the non-hard dick pill ad? Why do I have to watch that? Because NBC gets paid for it. Doesn't help you. Doesn't help me. God willing. I mean, maybe someday. Or maybe if I have a good party or something to go to. You know what I'm saying? 4 hours. Was that commercial? It was a Honda commercial. Guys, like it just cuts in on two guys having a conversation. Guys goes, 4 hours. That's not a medical problem. That's a scheduling problem. And that's all. That was the whole joke. And then a truck smashes into him. That was a great ad. Why isn't that there? Anyway. So all of that shit, I can't believe they still pander to these people who hate them. And that is the theme of the 20 teens through the 2020s so far. It's companies pandering to people who hate their very existence. Other companies and fucking communists. And they're just like, oh, yes, let those other companies. Oh, I love their sticky essence all over me all the time. Just pisses me off. Just pisses me off. Okay. A couple more chats here on Rumble, and then we'll get back into it. Spatula says, ranting because F YouTube like the British paratroopers railed that barracks whore. Search, task, and purpose leaked orgy video. Oh, fuck. Joe Schmo 103 says, because Rumble's new rules won't let a video go down before adjudication, due process. What a concept. If I'm not mistaken, the new Rumble rules were written by Viva and Barnes. And, if there's some people who kind of have their fingers on the pulse, I trust those guys. I haven't reviewed the new rules yet, but if that is one of the critical changes of Rumble and their use policy, that, hey, maybe there's some process that happens before we side with a malicious takedown request, that's what it needs to be. Here we go. Wolf V says, great grandpa Rackets Steve Louis Raketa, born 21st of December 1896 in Ludwikowo, Kujawsko-Pomorski, Poland. Death 30th of October 1959 in Bremen, Robertson, Texas. His father, Marcin Raketa, born 25th of April 1856 in Ludwikowo, Kujawsko-Pomorski, Poland. And he died in February of 1945 in Hammond, Robertson, Texas, USA. Okay. I don't know if Steve Louis Raketa is my great grandpa, but might be. I'm not sure. I don't remember him at all. Well, obviously he died in 1959. So I don't remember him. I met my great grandmother Raketa once as a baby, but I don't remember her either. Okay. Here we go. So with that, let's get back to this interview in just a second. Gino says, serious note from Yellowstone National Park. A bus with 50 attorneys drove over a cliff Sunday night, killing all 50 on board. The good news, most of the attorneys were asleep and felt nothing. The bad news, 2 seats were empty. There you go. Okay. Let's see if we can get taken down again by the national broadcasting cucks. Marty Lund says YouTube took their money, subjugate them, and got their narrative monopoly over the boomers. NBC, CNN, ABC ain't calling the narrative shots anymore. Google and tech cartels are the gatekeepers. Sort of. They still pander to these people, though. Here we go. Here we go.
As you sit here today,
we'll see. I'm probably on their AI watch list now.
Testimony and your accusations against Johnny Depp about abuse.
Of course, and I will to my dying day. I know what happened to me.
God willing.
I'm here as a survivor. To my dying day, will stand by every word of my testimony.
To support her allegations, her attorney showed photos of injuries they said were caused by Depp. One alleged beating happened in 2015.
Boring.
And told the
where he's from, lands one repeatedly in the face with the
snippets of
cigarette.
I find Whitney Hurd to be terribly and tragically unattractive. I don't know about you guys.
What happened?
Did something happen? That was Cap. Mega one.
Bird, real victim. A herald.
Because
look at how fucking long this bullshit is.
Fine. In that courtroom.
Wait a minute. Did you see that? I think it's the light under here. I think she trying to get a tear out.
that he had inside me was broken.
In that courtroom,
There it is. There's the one tear. I think this is right after she sniffed whatever the fuck she was sniffing in her thing. The one tear that sort of almost escaped. Again, you're talking about severe trauma. It would be deadly trauma. It would be if not actually deadly, it would be permanent injury trauma, vaginal trauma from a fucking bottle. But a fucking bottle, literally. That bottle had to get it in. That's all I'm saying.
I am testifying about sexual assault and domestic violence.
Sure you are.
Next to a jury in front of a whole packed courtroom of people who are expressing their vocal support and
That's not
disdain
true.
for me.
They weren't expressing their vocal support and disdain for you while you were testifying. In fact, they weren't expressing their disdain for you at all at any point, because if they did, even for a moment, they would be removed from the courtroom. I mean, that's the reality. If any juror or if any member of the gallery expressed public disdain for either party, they would be removed immediately by the judge. Immediately. And that's just the fucking nonsense.
Amber had told her story.
Sitting here today, Ms.
Now she would be forced to defend it.
Coming up.
Oh my fucking hell. Hold on. We're going to skip ahead again. Oh God. These fucking ads. Oh, what is it? Do women not know how to poop? Is this a thing? Is this a thing? Do women just not know how to poop? Because there's always a fucking here's how to shit women ad on every show now. When did women forget how to open their ass and drop shit out of it? Like, this is like, well, you better drink these 8 glasses of activated fiber per day. Like, holy shit. Ladies, just sit down. Sit down and push. I don't get it. I don't understand. Maybe I don't know. Maybe if I transitioned, I wouldn't know how to poop anymore either, but I seem to be able to do it just fine. I have Crohn's. That's fine. Like, if you have Crohn's, but they're it's all these ads. It's insane. Amber knows how to poop. She didn't drop some Ducalax to sit down and poop in the bed. She just did it. Like the chadliest thing she ever did, and she tries to deny it. That's what pisses me off. Like, just own that. Savage Fenty. Oh, God. What is happening? Oh, God. Oh, damn it. You see what I'm suffering through? Do you see? Oh, God. Oh. Oh, fuck me. This is what I do when
been exposed to the world
when I turn off the stream for you guys. That's the shit I have to deal with. Fucking fats in underwear. No. Look, fat people need underwear too. I get it. Don't ever show the world. Like, don't do it.
multiple times, right?
I mean, if you... why do they even bother with trying to teach kids about contraception? Just play that ad. They won't want to fuck anybody ever.
I haven't lied about anything I've been here to say.
After describing the abuse she says she gets,
God, you're so boring.
real being untrue.
I split it.
An interview on, but
Do you think that it was revealed at trial that you haven't done so yet? Do you think that raised questions as to your credibility with the jury?
Well, I think, look, when you say to someone, I bought a house,
Uh-huh.
are you lying?
No, you're not lying, because you fucking dumb bitch. You borrow money from a bank. They give you the money and they attach a promise to repay. And then you take that money, all of it, and you give all of it. You give all of that money to the person selling the house, and then you have bought it. And then the bank attaches a security interest that is enforceable, not enforced, upon the debt that you promise to pay them back. So you do own the house. In fact, the bank does not. For the bank to get the house, they would have to go through an extremely long, very expensive, rule-intensive process called foreclosure. And at that time, they would be able to recoup the house through their security interest for the purposes of collecting their debt and covering their expenses, which means if they are to acquire the house at auction, a public auction against everybody else, if they acquire the house and then subsequently sell that house for a value above what you owe plus their reasonable costs, they have to return to you the surplus because you owned the house. You then have a collection action against them for money in excess of the outstanding debt plus the reasonable costs. And if you have a significant equity position in the house, which the equity position is the recognition of your ownership interest, which is 100%, mitigated by a competing interest, which is less than 100%, you will actually return money back to you, even though you lose the property interest to your pre-existing agreement to forfeit your existing ownership interest. But yes, you bought the house. The bank did not. You did. It's such a dumb fucking colloquialism, and her lawyers should have slapped the shit out of her for this garbage analogy. Guys in the chat, it's colloquial to say, oh, bank owns my house. They don't. You own your house. You own it. You have the right of alienability. The bank cannot sell your house. If the bank owned your house, they could sell it without your consent. They could put other people in it. They could rent it. They could change it. They could modify it. They could destroy it. But they can't. They can't even kick you out of it. It's a huge process. They need court permission. They have to transfer title. The bank doesn't own your car either. You own your car. Same thing, subject to a security interest. I hate this shit. Okay. That is way different than pretending to give money away by saying, I pledged it with no obligation, with no contract, with no forfeiture of money at all, with no requirement to in the future, with no history of doing so in the past. These are vastly, wildly different scenarios. They're not even comparable. It's a joke. And the fact that they allowed this is that her lawyers would say, oh, go say this. This is a good analogy. It's a shit analogy. Bob Piffle says, hey, Nick, let's do a whiskey shot for Chicago. As of 4 hours ago, 39 have taken shots. 4 of which took their last. I'm sure that number has changed by now. Check out heyjackass.com. Interesting real-time take on Lori Lightfoot's leadership. God bless. All right, we'll do one shot for Chicago since Chicago takes so many shots for America. To Chicago, a place without which we would have the crime rate of a European nation. Thank you so much for being such a fucking disgusting shithole full of disgusting shithole people with politicians afraid to wade in the mire. That you can bring down the rest of the country and make us a talking point for the whole world. Fuck you very much. Cheers. Also, everyone in Chicago puts ketchup on a hot dog. Miss Dog Lover says, if I had been raped by a bottle, I would be in intensive care. I know the violence involved in rape, and there's nothing in this case. Correct. Thank you, Miss Dog Lover. Thank you for that. Also, Mike from Sword and Scale. What's up, buddy? He says, Legal Vices, I'm not shooting it. I'm sipping. I'm sipping it. I'm sipping the whiskey. Don't worry. Sword and Scale says, Nick, do you think Amber found good bargains at TJ Maxx today? This stream brought to you by TJ Maxx, so you find good bargains every day. Whether you're Amber Heard or whether you're Montagraph jerking off in our dressing rooms, you will always find a good deal at TJ Maxx. But when you go into those dressing rooms, step over the pile of Montagraph's aborted babies. Here we go.
Because you have not paid for it in full at that point. I made a pledge, and that pledge...
Again, you have paid for it in full. You have. Someone lent you money. That's like saying, hey, Mom, can I borrow $20? Yes. You take your $20 and you go buy a porn. You own it. Like, your mom doesn't own the porn. Right? Like, it's not the same thing. You own the porn. Maybe she takes it back. Like, you don't pay her. And she's like, no, that's mine now. What is this? You need Jesus. You need Jesus. Right? Like, maybe she does that. But she doesn't own it. You do. Oh, I fucking hate this.
Is made over time by its nature.
You're splitting hairs a little bit there, because when you say I donated, you know that everybody thinks that you've donated it, not that you've pledged it. So for the jurors sitting there, do you...
Good job, I guess, calling her out sort of on that. I would have said it this way. And this is my criticism. Do you really believe that, you dumb bitch? You don't. I mean, we think you're stupid, but for different reasons. We don't think you actually believe that. You're sticking with that. You know, no one on earth believes you on that. Like, the earth is nicer to you than you are to everybody else. And everybody gives you the credit to think you're lying instead of just fucking dumb. Right? Like, that's how you ask that question. Like, we are misheard. With respect. Do I look like a bitch? Why are you trying to fuck me like a bitch? We actually think that you are not this stupid. So please prove us wrong.
I think they felt like that was you getting caught in a lie.
I don't know, because so much of the...
I don't know.
I feel like much of the trial was meant to cast aspersions on who I am as a human, my credibility, to call me a liar.
Yeah, well, yes, your credibility, and to call you a liar, because that is the entire point of a defamation trial. It's not about casting aspersions on your character. Aspersions are different than assessment. The assessment of your character and the assessment of your statements is that you did not have credibility because you lied. And then you went ahead and came to court and showed everybody how correct that assessment was.
And in every way you can. And
that
more.
was the trial. It was a credibility contest.
There you go. Good job, lady.
Depp's team all led to
Publicities were quite relevant.
away with the release of Aquaman.
And they suggested
Why do people watch this shit? Look at how stupid this looks like a fucking CW show. This is Aquaman. Like, this shit looks like something you would find on the CW. Like, this is the level of effect. This is one of DC's most popular movies that they made. I can't. I fucking hate DC movies.
This was a publicity stunt, a way to raise your profile at a time when these issues were quite relevant.
It was one of those few moments of levity in the trial when I heard it suggested that my op-ed in the Washington Post could potentially boost sales for an international multi-million-dollar superhero franchise movie that I was starring in.
Have you seen the success of every other DC film? They're fucking garbage, you dummy. They're all they tank routinely. Yes, a massive national Me Too campaign certainly could do that. Now, the only problem with the story is thinking that you would want to boost Aquaman. That wasn't actually the goal. The goal wasn't to boost the Aquaman movie. The goal was to raise the profile of Amber Heard as the Aquaman movie was launching on a national stage. This side character, Mira, that people were seeing on the screen could be associated with a story of abuse, survival, and a massive Me Too push against one of the formerly most popular actors in the entire world. That was the goal. That was the goal. The goal was not to boost Aquaman sales. The goal is to boost the public profile of Amber Heard. And it bothers me so much that this is the question that's asked. Again, it's the interviewer here is not bad, but it's why she's not good. Because it's not about the Aquaman franchise. It's not about the DC movie. It's about getting Amber Heard into every other movie. It's about leveraging the Me Too movement to give Mira, a woman, her own movie. This is a side character. Mira's got her own shitty line of comics. And they want to add Mira to the DC Extended Universe in an individual solo capacity. That's what they want. That's the leverage they're trying to get. That's the rape story's value. And that's the trick. Why would she ask it the other way? Dirty Dan says, apparently some of the questions have been edited by NBC to make Amber look like a person rather than a walking, lying disaster. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure there's a shitload of edits. I'm sure even the full interview that was released is edited to fucking hell.
It's the other way around. You know, if anything, we're trying to get more awareness and attention on the issues within the article.
It wasn't a publicity.
Oh, okay. The issues within the article? You mean the issues of domestic assault that you suffered at the hands of your ex-husband? Those issues? I mean, we know that's part of the problem. We know that's what you're doing, by the way, because you fucking talked to the ACLU about it.
City stunt or a way to...
It's the opposite, you know.
Depp's lawyers called witnesses to challenge Amber's stories. He kicked.
I didn't see anything like
Depp's lawyers showed abuse.
It doesn't.
Those Depp's lawyers.
What I learned in that trial is it's never going to be good enough. If you have proof.
What proof?
Then it was a scheme. It was a hoax. If you don't have proof, it didn't happen.
The problem is you didn't have proof, and therefore you couldn't prove that it happened. The interesting thing about this is evidence. Testimony is evidence. Testimony is absolutely evidence. All things that make something more or less likely to be true are evidence. Their quality varies greatly, right? A video of something happening is pretty damn good evidence, but even a video of something happening isn't great. Like Kyle Rittenhouse shot 3 people, right? Those are all evidence of Kyle Rittenhouse murdering 2 people and assaulting a third. Evidence of it. But those videos aren't very good evidence of that, because there's a bunch of other evidence that explains the context in which those videos occur, right? We know that there's a whole bunch of situation going on prior to the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum. We know that he's chasing him, he's screaming, "Fuck you!" and reaching for his gun. It's not apparent in some of the video. In other parts of the video, it is. In the testimony of Richie McGinnis, it is. It's very apparent there. And so all of this evidence combined makes something more or less likely to be true. And the weight of evidence in Kyle Rittenhouse trial makes it less likely to be true that he murdered and assaulted than that he self-defended, right? Like, that's how it goes. Amber Heard had evidence that Johnny Depp beat her. She said he did. Now, the jury weighed that evidence. They weighed its credibility. They weighed its value. And they said, it kind of looks like there's better evidence out there that says he didn't beat her. And that's her problem here.
If you have a bruise, it's fake. If you don't have a bruise, then it did violence.
You never proved that you had a bruise at all. Like, you didn't actually show that you had a bruise. It's not that people thought the bruises were fake. It's that they didn't see the bruises. Even the redness on the cheek didn't look like a slap to me. I don't know.
Violence clearly didn't hurt you. If you...
That's right. There was one bruise on her arm. That's the only bruise. Oh, there it is. Look at how mad she is. She's fucking pissed. There was the one bruise on her arm. But I don't think that bruise is fake. I just don't think it said what she said it was. I don't think it was what she said it was. She said it was a bruise from grabbing. But that didn't look like a bruise from grabbing. I have seen a bruise from grabbing. I have been grabbed hard enough to be bruised. So have many of you. It does not look like like Iowa stamped on your arm. It doesn't look like that. That's not where the pressure is. That looked more like a punch or a hit with like an object on the arm. That's what the bruise on the arm looked like. A grabbing bruise is different because the pressure is on the fingertips and the thumb. It's not where the palm rests. It's silly. My Spirit to Yours says, the day of Amber Heard's dramatic, tearful testimony describing abuse, I thought her attire was very calculated. She wore a torn, tattered hem jacket, disheveled hairstyle, and sloppy tied bow. I wonder if jurors noticed those things. Maybe yes, maybe no. And maybe they do subconsciously too. It's hard to say.
Told people, then you're hysterical. If you didn't tell anyone, it didn't happen.
You also told this jury.
When it came to Amber's most explosive testimony, the sexual assault, Depp's team pointed out the allegations only came up after her divorce. In court, attorney Camille Vasquez pulled no punches.
Don't pull any punches, Camille.
Your vagina as a result of that sexual assault.
Yes.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
It's just her vagina. She's used to bleeding out of it. It was no big deal, Camille. Come on. Why you gotta be such a bitch? And like you don't know what ladies go through, Camille Vasquez.
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for the rape?
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
There's no experience like being cross-examined. What was that experience like for you?
One of the scariest, most intimidating thing for anybody.
That's the only true thing she said this entire interview. This is the only true statement. Cross-examination is one of the scariest, most intimidating things for just about anybody, because your story is about to get shredded, probably in a way that you don't expect. And that's tough. That's really fucking tough. It's double tough if you're lying. It's tough if you're telling the truth. Have any of you guys been cross-examined? I have. Wasn't that bad for me though, because I didn't like my testimony wasn't really subject to much doubt or cross-examination. It wasn't super relevant to the case in general. So it wasn't so bad for me. Also, I have this problem. You guys probably know what it is. I'm an asshole. And so I don't give a shit if you want to like cross-examine me. Okay. Like what? You want to be a dick? I mean, all right, let's try it. Cause I will not, I'm so apathetic to the opinion of some fucking random attorney that I don't care. You'd have to find something, you'd have to find something really inconsistent. I also don't have a reason or motivation to lie on anyone's behalf. So that's a big problem too. But yeah, I mean, for me, it was fine. But for most people, it's really terrifying because they're normal and they're not broken. Like they have shame. They have things that they would care about. Someone's going to attack their credibility and they might be nervous about it. That's the normal response. I'm a broken man.
Talking about sexual violence is not being believed, being called a liar, or being humiliated.
You were not believed because you weren't believable. Your story of sexual violence wasn't believable. And the fact that you claimed that you were lacerated on your feet, on your arms, and out of your fucking vagina and don't go to a doctor just does not come across to anybody as something anyone would fucking buy.
Throughout the trial, claims, judge.
Is there one piece of evidence that you wish the jury had seen that you could point to? You say, oh, this would have made the difference.
Yeah.
What is it?
What is it?
There's a binder worth of years of notes dating back to 2011 from the very beginning of my relationship.
You weren't in a relationship in 2011. Jennifer Addison says, you were awesome. Thank you for being you. Thank you. Insaner Robot says, thanks for this show, Nick. Haven't had this much fun since the Soye deposition. Just like with them, it's 7 a.m. and I'm eating my cereal. It's like watching cartoons. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. She got that binder's worth of notes from Mitt Romney. Apparently it's just pictures of ugly women or whatever Mitt's into. But no, I mean, this is the same. It's the same shit. There's binders full of something that would totally, everyone would believe me if they could just see it, right? If you could just see my binders full of evidence, well, why couldn't you get them in there? Well, they're hearsay. Oh, well, what about the medical exception to the hearsay requirement? Could your attorneys not adequately argue the medical records exception? I mean, because notes from a therapist engaged in caring for you would be part of the medical records. And let's not beat around the fucking bush here. Dr. Dawn Hughes testified to the contents of those medical records, which she reviewed as part of her job as an expert. She testified that she reviewed the medical records. She testified to them. The jury did not believe her either. Joe Schmo, 1 of 3, says Amber Heard took the wrong lessons from the Jussie Smollett hoax. Instead of maybe I shouldn't persist, she went with hold my mega pint of wine. Exactly. Okay, here we go.
That were taken by my doctor, who I was reporting the abuse to.
That doctor was Amber's therapist at the time. We looked at notes the doctor took during some of their sessions, which show that as far back as 2012, Amber was talking about physical abuse. In January of that year, she told her therapist Depp hit her, threw her on the floor. 8 months after that, ripped her nightgown, threw her on bed. And in 2013, the therapist's notes say he threw her against a wall and threatened to kill her.
So again, we have hearsay. There's a reason that the judge did not let these notes in. They would be prejudicial. The notes themselves are, how do I word this? They are summaries of suppositions made by a counselor engaged in treatment, which is not asking to assess critically the value of the truthfulness of the statements given. That's not the job of the treating physician. However, I really wonder why these were not let in as part of a medical records exception. Is it because this doctor would not testify? Is that part of the problem? Why didn't we have a deposition of this doctor? Why didn't we have testimony from this doctor to authenticate the notes, to talk about what they meant, talk about where they came from? These are good questions. I love this NBC portion. This is the NBC apology to all the Amber Heard fans, if you don't know. This is the NBC apology. They're like, look, we're going to show these notes, right? This is their straddle. She wrote them. That'd be interesting. Those are her diaries, not the doctor's notes. Well, that would be a big problem. I don't know. I haven't seen them. Like, I don't know what they are. But if Amber wrote the notes, well, then again, that's completely fucking useless.
I am talking about what's happening to me in real time. She was taking contemporaneous notes of what was happening.
Amber's lawyers all
know of what you said was happening. It doesn't necessarily mean she believed you. And it doesn't mean that it was happening.
Also showed us text messages that were excluded from trial, like this one she sent to another therapist saying, Johnny did a number on me.
Johnny did a number on me tonight has nothing to do with whether or not he hit her. I thought I had a concussion and didn't know if I should have called police, but I have a nurse close to me and Rocky and her have been here for me. Can I see you tomorrow? There's no record of this in the, there's no record of this in that nurse's notes, which is interesting.
I thought I had a concussion. And this text message she says she sent to her.
But thinking you had a concussion also doesn't mean that Johnny was the cause of the concussion or that the concussion was from a violent episode. Let me hypothetically pose something. If she asked Johnny Depp to give her the old donkey puncheroo like Trevor Bauer, right? Maybe he's just bouncing her head off the headboard. We literally don't know. And Renogenic says that's why it's hearsay. And that's true. That's why it's fucking hearsay. Because we don't know the motivation or the meaning behind the idiomatic elements of these statements. These words do not speak for themselves. In fact, no prior statements made out of court speak for themselves. There's always context to those things, which is why we bring someone in to authenticate what was said and then to give testimony about what that meant if we have to. We need to contextualize it. We need to bring it in. And you can't be cross-examined on your own self-serving statements. I kept not fighting back. He literally kicked me and called me a what in front of everyone on the plane. This is her plane story. It's humiliating. I don't know if this is right. Here's the other really tough part of this. A kick and a hit is not always abuse. It's very, very taboo and weird to say. But they're just like yelling fire in a crowded theater. It depends. Right? Some women like being hit. Some men like being hit. Like there's this weird fat cuckold that is kind of in the public interest. It's strange guy. And he likes to be hit. In fact, he particularly likes to be hit by foreigners in Portugal. I don't know why that's his fetish, but he's like, well, I'm a cook. And then he goes and he flies to Portugal for the purposes of getting hit. It's a weird thing, man. You never know what people are into until you find out what they're into. And there's a guy out there that's his thing, right? It's strange. So Amber Heard getting kicked and called a whore. I mean, maybe it was humiliating in front of other people. Maybe she was into humiliation. No idea. And that's why it's hearsay. That's why all these statements are hearsay. Because the context that they're sent in doesn't translate. So just because you hit someone doesn't make you an abuser. Now, a lot of hits are abusive. Don't get me wrong. A hit thrown in anger for the purpose of harming or controlling someone else is abuse. Without their consent, of course, right? Like that is abuse. That's an abusive act. Not splitting hairs on like, well, he didn't hit. You don't even have to hit somebody hard. An unwanted hit for the purposes of control, humiliation, subjugation, any of those things is abusive. But a wanted hit for those same purposes, not abusive. Otherwise, BDSM relationships would be presumptively illegal, but they're not, right? Some people like getting hit. Anyway.
Father after that disputed incident on the plane. She wrote, he kicked me in front of everyone.
I testified I was attacked on
And he called you a cunt,
on that flight, and I was attacked in front of people. And when I got off the plane, sent messages to people about what
to your dead dad
had happened. I'm angry because this happened. Can you believe he did this and this and this?
Did you send those messages to your dead dad after changing the date on your phone and deactivating the cell data? Or did you actually send those messages in 2014? We'll never know, right? We'll never know when she sent those messages. We don't have her dad to testify.
This, and one of.
Oh, wait, he's alive? Dad's alive, but didn't testify. Mom's dead. Why didn't he testify? Why didn't you just have him come in and testify?
The people I reached out to was
my bad on the dad being dead. He probably wants to be dead after having her as a daughter.
Father.
Depp's lawyers say the judge's rulings were fair, and a Depp spokesperson told us it's unfortunate that the defendant and her team are back to repeating, reimagining, and relitigating matters that have already been decided by the court.
There you go.
Amber thinks the case wasn't
Boring.
just all the different.
Coming up.
Oh, fuck me. All right, here we go. I got to get through some ads. Minute 30 of ads. The Kindly Man 555 says, is this the same psychologist notes as the one who never took male abuse victims except for gay couples of domestic violence, or a different one? It's a different one, actually. It's a different one. Dr. Don Hughes was not Amber Heard's treating physician, treating psychologist. They didn't call Amber Heard's treating psychologist to testify. Not really sure why they didn't do that, but they didn't. No idea. We gotta just wonder. So many questions about the people who actually, provided care for Amber Heard and why they weren't brought to the stand, but other people were. Matthew Perkins says, excellent transition from cunt to gunt. I am a consummate professional. Okay, we got about 30 seconds left. They're advertising some Stars show that I've never heard of. What the fuck is going on here? The Untold Story of the Queen? Who cares? What is this? Becoming a leader. Becoming a woman. Oh, so it's fiction. Becoming Elizabeth. Okay, cool. Good job. The Seduction. Okay, here we go. fucking hell. It did the pause again.
This is total global humiliation for you. Do you feel like that came true?
I know he promised it.
Good. And he delivered like a true Chad.
I testified to this. I'm not a good victim. I get it. I'm not a likable victim. I'm not a perfect victim.
Oh, it's fucking locking up again. Oh, damn it. How long do I have to wait for it to... There we go.
When I testified, I asked the jury to just see me as human and hear his own words, which is a promise to do this, a promise to humiliate me, a promise to ruin me.
But he didn't actually do that. In fact, the crazy thing is you tried to ruin him. That's what you tried to do. And what he was talking about was something different than this, because the time he sent that, it wasn't a defamation case. He didn't have one. You gave him one. You defamed him. Wasn't good enough.
It feels as though he has.
As the trial
Oh, I fucking hate these pauses. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix this real quick. I fucking... Oh shit, I didn't get the timestamp. Hold on. I gotta wait for the ads to play again. Why is everything shit? No, see, Goody, we're almost done with this. We're almost done. We're not at 17 minutes and 20 seconds. Stop it. Oh, God, there's some fucking bullshit happening here. Miss Dog Lover says, my friend was raped at knife point many years ago. I testified in court and he was sentenced to 9 years. Not enough. Oh, shit. Fuck. But it's not enough. Right? People who rape other people, who actually rape them, who harm them, I'm fine with killing those people. I mean, it's hard to get to that level of proof, but there's a very diverse group of people. There's a whole bunch of... Look at that. A very diverse group is having dinner.
Couldn't get those roofers to come today, huh?
Black people can't afford repairs.
Their supporters on social media
Whoops.
decided against Amber Heard.
Ew, this is so cringe.
This chick is cringe as fuck, by the way. Okay, here we go.
Guilty.
I mean, this was a sort of medieval orgy of hatred.
Michelle,
who the fuck is this weirdo? A medieval orgy of hatred. How many medieval orgies of hatred have you seen? Oh, these people just throw together words as if they mean something. What is a medieval orgy of hatred? What is a medieval orgy? And then of hatred. Like, how do these things come together to be a thing? Who is this bitch?
Michelle Goldberg is an opinion
I joke.
columnist for the New York Times.
Oh my fucking God.
You know, people really enjoyed joining in. That's, you know, often the case with mob behavior. And I think that's essentially what this was. It was
No, what is mob behavior, you dumb, smug, ugly bitch, is the Me Too movement. The Me Too movement leveraged openly. Oh, wait, we can do this. Openly leveraged the power of mob behavior to achieve its ends. That was its purpose. That was its insidious nature. And it was very, very good at it. This is mob behavior, I guess, in retaliation in the court of public opinion. But in the court of law, the mob behavior does not come through in the same way. It is mitigating. Oops, here we go.
It was kind of, misogynist mob behavior.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's all just misogyny. It's not the fact that literally no one could believe this unbelievable piece of shit lying directly to the entire world's face.
Online, people picked apart Amber's every move. Videos ridiculed her facial expressions and accused her of faking emotion on the stand.
Look at it. Why do you think they're accusing her of faking it?
This is just a fake crying train wreck you can't look away from.
By the way, I just fucking hate the overwhelming majority of content creation. I hate it, and I hate everybody involved. I just want to say, I just hate, like, every video clip they just showed, I hate so much. ML, please be done with Amber Heard. Her ego feeds on being in the spotlight, even if it was negative. Stop. So much else out there that actually matters. No, there isn't. Stop pretending that any of this shit matters at all. There's nothing out there that matters. What matters is you and what you do at home, in your life, in the life you're building, your career, your hobbies, your loved ones, your social circles. That's what matters. Helping the people around you, supporting the people around you, making your life into something meaningful for you and for those that you care about. That's what actually matters. All this other bullshit doesn't matter. Everything else we talk about doesn't fucking matter. We got to stop pretending that it does. With that being said, if you go back to the beginning of this video, you'll note that I said this is the last foreseeable Amber Heard and Johnny Depp video for quite a while, because I don't see what else they will do or talk about on this one. But this is for closure. I said I would do this interview. Now we're doing it.
Johnny, you hit me.
Look at the misogyny from all the women making fun of Amber Heard.
Really striking to me to see all of these people engaging in this trend of reenacting her testimony.
And I was walking out of the bedroom, slapped me across the face.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like this. A domestic violence trial becoming this source of national hilarity.
That's because it's unbelievable. It was ludicrous, and therefore it is ludicrous. We're attracted to ludicrousness. That's why he's so popular. We're attracted to the spectacle. And Amber Heard made it a spectacle by her existence.
One of the most infamous moments in the trial was when Johnny Depp suggested she may have defecated on their bed.
And
She
on
did.
my side of the bed was human fecal matter.
Amber denied it, but that didn't stop the internet from branding her with a viral nickname.
Because her denial was bullshit. Her denial involved the least plausible explanation there was, that a 4-pound dog left an 8-pound turd on their bed, soaked in red fucking wine.
I saw what was happening to me in real time.
Good.
I don't.
Good. Good. There we go. The YouTube stream is down again. The YouTube stream is down. We'll have to wait for it to pop back up. Now to my homies over on Rumble and Odyssey. How you doing, lads? Lads and lasses. We'll be back in just a minute. We'll be back. I'm going to read some of these Odyssey chats that have come in. We'll get, what the fuck? Did Odyssey go down too? I've got an error on Odyssey as well. Not sure about Odyssey being down or whatever. We'll have to wait a minute for that to fix. In the meanwhile, I don't know what's up with Odyssey, by the way. That's just fucking toast. Let's check out, let's read some of these chats over on Rumble. And if we don't get back up on YouTube in just a couple minutes, we'll just go through it. But yeah, this is the operant conditioning of YouTube, right? Your bed, you're very, very bed. My Lifestyle says, I found your channel here on Rumble. Hey, thank you, My Lifestyle. No joke, anti-woke. Here we go. Oh, we're back. We're back. You're back. Here we go. Just reading through some of these Rumble super chats real quick while we wait. No joke, anti-woke says, feeling unbreaded. The PS was PS. NBC are cunts, which they are. They are that. Frozen Yoga says, any tips on how to grow my faith? I've been struggling for a while, and I feel like vain attempts centered around logic are counterproductive when my heart doesn't buy in. And he says, there's definitely ambiguity, but I swear I hear I'm ready. It makes contextual sense. What must this doubting Thomas 69 do to hear unbreaded? Is there any room in gluten-free heaven for agnostics? Frozen Yoga, a way to grow your faith? It's a tough question, man. The whole idea of faith is a thing that defies logic and reason. It defies explanation, and it defies convenient answers. So I don't have one for you. What I do have for you is this. Faith is a choice to believe in something that is unreasonable. That's what makes it faith. If it was reasonable, rational, that wouldn't be belief. That would just be acceptance of fact. And some people are there in their belief of God, and others are not, or their faith in whatever it is. It doesn't matter what your faith is in, right? Like you could have faith that a female basketball player will dunk sometimes in the next 12 months. And that faith is probably misplaced. But you can have that. Like all of the science, all of the rationale, all of the reason points to this woman will never dunk a basketball ever. But you can believe that she will. That's an okay thing for you to do. But faith is the belief in the unreasonable, in the thing that defies logic, defies explanation. So how to grow it is to choose to grow it. It's to choose to do it. And some people do it by engaging in the practice, by going to church, by listening to Christian music, whatever it is, by just reading the Bible. And there's a lot of tips about reading the Bible that you won't get from a lot of people. I would say read the Bible as you would a piece of genred fiction rather than as you would a factual recounting. And you'll actually find it more palatable and believable if you're the type of person I think you are. But that being said, I'm not saying it is fiction, but you should maybe read it in that approach. But that said, man, faith is a practice, and it's one that you have to do. Nothing's going to lead you there by the dick. Daft Lad says, Nick, thanks for your epic shill of sperm bank robbers. I made my other 3 books free to download: The Night of Brian, Nuclear Defense Hack Thriller, and 2 bedtime stories. Keep up the good work. Peace. Thank you, Daft Lad, for sperm bank robbers. Fantastic modern medical mystery. Joe Schmo 1 of 3 says, wouldn't it be hilarious if all the copyright claims from NBC came from the background music of Dateline? Not funny, haha, but funny, uh-oh. No, it's NBC has a deal with YouTube that, you know, they're detecting copyrighted video, and then it's coming down by the bot. So when I remove the video for a sufficient amount of time and have just me on the screen, it comes back. It's like magic. And I'll bring the video back up. We'll go back into it, but I'm providing a buffer time between. SC Medic 71 says, we still rumbling right along. Thank you. Yes. As for Odyssey seems to be down. for me. I'm not getting Odyssey at all. So I don't know what the hell Odyssey happened. Here we go. But back to this. We will finish this up in just a moment. My highly transformative logo. Here we go.
I don't care what one thinks about me or what judgments you want to make about what happened in the private.
You literally did care about it. You've cared the entire time. You've been bitching about how much you care throughout this entire interview. Stop fucking lying. You can't say a sentence without a lie.
My own home and my marriage behind closed doors. I don't presume the average person should know those things, and so I don't take it personally. But even somebody who is sure I'm deserving of all this hate and vitriol, even if you think.
Yeah, I'm sure that you deserve every piece of hate that comes your way. I'm sure that anyone who lies to ruin someone else's life, reputation, career, that tries to rally public hatred against them through known falsehoods, I'm sure that they deserve whatever they reap.
That I'm lying, you still couldn't tell me, look me in the eye and tell me that you think on social media there's been a fair representation.
I absolutely can. Bitch, you had some of the highest paid lawyers in the fucking country defending you at the highest levels in a courtroom. That is the fairest shake you can get in this world. And not only that, but you had 6 years of positive media reinforcement until your dumb fucking cunt lips took the stand and no one believed you. And they read how the wind was blowing. Even this interview is a giant fucking homage to Amber Heard. Like, the interviewer is being semi-tough on her, very mildly tough on her. Tough like you would handle a chicken breast, right? It's like you might throw it on the cutting board or whatever, but it's not getting hurt. You're not bruising the meat. You can pound that shit with a rolling pin, flatten it out. What throwing it on a cutting board isn't going to do shit to it. Even this interview is weak sauce. Nobody's even come close to treating you badly. I haven't even started.
You cannot tell me that you think that this has been fair.
Yes, I can.
If Amber was the
1
villain,
million
then
%.
Johnny Depp was often portrayed as the hero.
This dude's such a stud.
People online found
I hate the content creation community.
his grasp of the law charming.
That's hearsay, I guess. I'm learning.
That's because he was objectively charming. There's just no way around it. I don't know why that's a problem. He is Johnny Depp. Like, people know he's charming because he is Johnny Depp. That's why he's Johnny Depp.
And testimony about his drinking only seemed to endear him more to his digital fans.
You poured yourself a mega pint of red wine, correct?
A mega pint.
I fucking hate TikTok. But it wasn't again, him drinking a mega pint of wine or whatever wasn't the endearing thing. It was the fact that Rottenborn used Johnny's colloquialism from some obscure message or from his deposition testimony in the UK as an own. God fucking damn it. Oh my gosh, fucking kill me. I just want to get done with this fucking interview. Oh, we got less than 8 minutes left. We have less than 8 minutes of interview left. Oh my God. Well, let me tell you a story, chat, I guess. The Squid says, why does this Thunder cunt look like it's growing a few Adam's apples. Yeah, Amber Heard's neck has been the sign of much discussion. We're back. Back up on YouTube. I'm gonna have to take a pause. Maybe let's do this. Maybe we should do what the fuck am I looking for? I thought I had. Maybe we should do the disinformation story real quick. I mean, while everything else is fucking down, that might be useful. I don't know. Maybe not. Oh, shit. Here we go. I got to check one thing real quick. I'm checking this Johnny Depp versus ACLU case while I wait. I think we're about to be back in just a minute. Okay, yeah, we haven't had a ruling over there yet. We've got less than 8 minutes of interview left. Got less than 8 minutes of interview left, and then we'll be done. So we'll see if we get through this. Oh shit, I left the cuck thing up again. Fuck!
During the 6-week trial, jurors weren't sequestered. They spent nights and weekends at home with their phones.
Boring.
I think vast majority of this trial was played out on social media. And I think that this trial is an example of that gone haywire, gone amok. And the jury is not immune to that.
You think the jury saw it?
How could they not? I think even the
Again,
most well...
We talked about this the other day, but I'm going to talk about it again. This is a non-answer. This is a dodge. It's how could they not see it? Well, there's a lot of ways they could not see it, but do you think the jury saw it? Come out and accuse them, you dumb bitch. Do it. Accuse them or don't. You either got a fair shake or you don't. What proof do you have? None. Same proof that you had against Johnny Depp. You have just this nebulous claim that it must have happened because you said so. Okay, well, that doesn't mean it actually did. And this is the failure of the NBC interviewer yet again. That no matter how hard people think she might have went on Amber Heard, there are these follow-up questions where she knows, like, she's allegedly an attorney or whatever, or was an attorney prior to being at NBC. I don't know. She knows this is a non-answer. She could follow up and say, yeah, but did they? I mean, I know, how could they not? But that's not an answer, is it? That's just a suppositional statement that means literally nothing. So did they see it? Not could they have seen it? Not how could they not have seen it? But did they see it? Skeet Neat says, Horace is running YouTube and Perturabo is the algorithm. In other words, you're going to get that Horace fist in you like a hand and a Muppet. P.S. Dark Angels is best chapter and Lionel Johnson did nothing wrong. Lionel Johnson did one thing wrong. He trusted Luther, that fucking bitch.
Intention juror. It would have been impossible to avoid this.
Depp's attorneys reject the notion that social media influenced the jury in any way. They
Of course
say
they
believe
do.
jurors followed the judge's instructions to not read about the case.
Which is silly. Of course, like, I hate to be on Amber's side here in some sense, but of course the jury saw something. Because and someone just brought up a good idea. Let's do this while we talk. It'll allow the it'll defeat the AI for a little bit. Of course the jury saw something. The question is, did the jury see something sufficient to impact their ability to be objective on this case? That is a different question and a completely different, both of those are completely different answers. Did the jury see something about this case? I mean, probably. If they're walking through an airport, well, not an airport most likely, but if they're in a cafe or a bar or whatever, something will pop up on the news about Johnny Depp for a brief second and they'll see something. Okay. You look away, they don't listen, it's on mute, or they do hear something and they go, oh, okay. They sat in court for hours and hours and hours. Are we to believe at this moment that any juror saw some short clip on a news story and was like, actually, now I believe X instead of Y? No, that's not how this works. It's not a way that people change their minds most of the time, especially when they have a unique window into a thing. They're not going to see some rehash of some portion of what they've seen. Say, actually, that's new information that has now sufficiently changed my mind. Most likely, it is possible that a juror would see something sufficient to impact them in a way to change their jury outcome. That is possible. But to get there, you've got to show me something. A juror drunkenly at a bar ranting about how they didn't know this bitch was lying about whatever. That would be great, but it's not there. They don't have it. If they had anything like that, we would have already seen it because it would have been filed immediately. That's the problem that she's got. It's just not believable. Okay, here we go.
They said social media wasn't the problem. Amber was.
Yes, this is
The
correct.
tech lawyer called your testimony the performance of a lifetime and said you were acting.
Here we go.
What do you say to that?
This is the dumbest line on the planet.
Says the lawyer for the man who convinced the world he had scissors for fingers.
Okay, that was fucking dumb, but notice the important thing. This is still a non-answer. It is still a dodge and a deflection. What do you say? What do you say to the lawyer saying this is a performance of your lifetime? Was it? She could just say, I don't perform. My testimony of my rape was not performative. It was the truth. It's what happened to me. I lived that trauma. And I'll have to live with it long after those jurors go home. I'll have to live with it long after those lawyers get promotions. Those lawyers get interviews. They get other clients. They suppress other stories. I will live with the reality that a man who owns his own island didn't even dignify me with a better bottle than Maker's Mark when he shoved it into my vagina. They'll go on with their life, and I won't. All that red wax. All that red wax. There you go. Like, what? Come on. What? Say anything other than what you're saying. Then you get to the scissors for fingers. Like, that's where you go with that. Anything else? Oh, God damn it. Here we go.
I'm the performer. I had listened to weeks of testimony.
Sure you have.
Insinuating that, or saying quite directly that, I'm a terrible actress. So I'm a bit confused how I could be both.
Again, the statement was that it was the performance of your lifetime, not that it was the performance of anyone else's lifetime. There are a number of actors and actresses out there who are far, far better than you at any local theater. Look, sweet tits, you got into Hollywood because you had a tight ass, blonde hair, and before you destroyed your face, you were fairly attractive. Oh, also when you were blessed with anorexia to make you look a little bit better, that's when you got into Hollywood. Like, that's it. Oh, and you also had a super famous boyfriend that other people might want access to through the sweetness of those cheeks. That's it. It's really unfortunate that that was a lie that was told to you or whatever, that they cared about anything. But there's a reason that a lot of actresses are just fucking hot and not all that talented. It's just, I don't know how to, I don't know how to say it other than that.
Coming up, the verdict. What might the impact be?
Shit, I did this wrong. There we go. Okay, I'm just getting through the fucking ads. Oh my God. We're almost done with this. We're going to get back. There's a little bit of interview left, and then there's the outro by NBC. Fucking hell. And then we'll hit the disinformation stuff pretty quick. That won't take that long. Oh, I don't want to watch the commercials. I don't want to give NBC like ads any sort of credibility. If there's more fat, ugly people on the ads, I'll show you. But we're not going to go there. Automatic. Oh, speaking of, here we go. What? Can we just please get back to the place where we put like attractive people in everything? Can we just do that? Like Last Action Hero nailed it as a parody, but that's what I want back. I want everybody. To look sexy all the time. Are you going to cover Daybell Vallow? I don't know if I am. I don't remember when Daybell Vallow starts, but I think I'm going to be on vacation when it does. The next case I'm definitely covering is Lucas Gerhard on July 11th. Lucas is you want a real First Amendment case, not a bullshit, I want to defame someone and ruin their life case like Amber Heard, but a case where the government is actively suppressing protected First Amendment speech. Lucas Gerhard. And I encourage people to look up his story. I've done videos on him, and we'll be covering that trial live. I think it's a critical fucking trial in the world of guns, the Second Amendment, and the First Amendment.
Then Amber Heard slugging it out in court. The case went to the jury.
It's the day of the verdict.
Am I representing Tug if there is a lawsuit? Is Tug being sued, or is that just like an idea that he might be getting sued? No, I'm not representing Tug to my knowledge. I don't know where if he gets sued in Minnesota, be funny. But I would probably recommend Tug to someone else. But I'd be happy to comment all over it. And that would be great. That being said, someone asked for a quick TLDR of Lucas Gerhard. Long story short, a couple years ago, Lucas, who was attending college in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, posted to his Snapchat a picture. The picture was of his AR-15 rifle, and it said, "Gonna take this guy up north to watch the snowflakes melt." And I mean snow when I say snowflakes. Something to that effect. Pretty close to the accurate quote. But by snowflakes, I mean snow or whatever. I don't know the exact order of the words, but that's the gist of what he said. And he sent that to his friends on Snapchat. And then someone else looking at one of his friends' phones decided that was a threat, that he was going to murder everyone at school. He brought his gun to the college that he was attending, which, by the way, was not only legal, but within the college's policy, he brought the gun to the armory that the college had for the purpose of storing student weapons, and he checked it in at the armory, and then he was arrested. So there's a whole bunch of bullshit in that case, and that case should never have been charged. It is actually illegal to charge that case in the way that they've charged it in Michigan, but who fucking cares about legality when you got kids dying in schools? We must decide to punish people who say something we don't like, rather than, of course, stopping kids from getting murdered. They want to punish people who are not murdering anybody. So that's the nature of the judicial system when the government's involved. Punish those who are innocent to alleviate your guilt over failing to prevent the guilty. But yeah, so I'll be covering his trial. That's the brief rundown on that. Let's finish this shit up.
Come into the courtroom. Were you feeling confident?
That's a great question. I wish I could say yes to that.
Why can't you?
I want to say yes to you, but it wouldn't be true.
Question. The statement has a defamatory
Nothing stopped you from lying before.
about Mr. Depp. Answer. Yes. Court is adjourned. Thank you.
In the end, the jury believed Johnny Depp, awarding him more than $10 million in damages. Amber won a single defamation claim in her countersuit and was awarded $2 million.
There's no polite way to say it. The jury looked at the evidence you presented. They listened to your testimony, and they did not believe you. They thought you were lying.
It's because you were.
How could, I'll put it this way.
Yeah, here we go.
How could they make a judgment? How could they not come to that conclusion? They had sat in those seats.
Do you realize what you're saying? How could they not come to the conclusion that I was lying? They sat there and listened to me.
And heard over 3 weeks of nonstop, relentless testimony from paid employees, and towards the end of the trial, randos, as I say.
What randos? What randos? The people who were there at the thing that you said that the thing happened, and then turns out that they pointed out you lied too. I mean, I know it's very inconvenient for Amber Heard, but remember, she presented the trailer park incident, or the trailer hotel incident, as if Johnny Depp had destroyed the inside of this thing. And then the owner of the place comes up and is like, $62. One sconce is broken, had to get matching sconces because it was a set of two. $62. Everything else, it's fine. That's what she testified. Like, she testified that he was horrified, that the whole thing was destroyed, a complete mess, and that Johnny Depp just paid it to make it go away. And the way that testimony came across, and this is what was intended, was that Johnny Depp, rich millionaire Johnny Depp, just paid to make the problem go away, tens of thousands of dollars. You're thinking, right? Oh, he destroyed the inside of a trailer. I mean, they're going to have to refit it. They'll probably have to wash the cum and the vomit out or whatever. It's just going to be gross. It's probably like a $20,000 project, and he's rich, so he just didn't care. But it was $62. A homeless guy could have paid for the fucking damage. Like, just sucks a couple dicks in the alley, and then he's got $62. And he'd probably go to McDonald's afterwards. That's a better Friday for him than normal. $62 is nothing. Like, people who haven't destroyed a hotel room have ended up having to spend $62 on an incidental charge. That's just how low that was. You got that. Then you got, of course, the TMZ guy, who's not a rando at all. Just completely nukes her from fucking orbit. Kate Moss. Is Kate Moss a rando? Didn't pay Kate Moss. How about the cop that arrested you for being the stereotypical abusive lesbian? I mean, which one of them was a rando? All people you invited in, by the way, with your testimony.
So you don't blame the jury?
I don't blame them. It wasn't, I don't
blame them. The other team just did such a good job kicking my ass.
blame them. I actually understand. He's a beloved character and people feel they know him. He's a fantastic actor.
Their job is to not be dazzled by that.
Again, how could they, after listening to 3.5 weeks of testimony about how I was...
Because they had 2.5 weeks of testimony from you. They had 2.5 weeks for you to counter the 3.5 weeks of testimony. Like, you got your shot. Why are you ignoring the fact that you couldn't put it together? In fact, you used all of your time. She keeps saying this 3.5 weeks thing because she wants the narrative that Johnny got more time than her. But Amber Heard used all of her hours and Johnny Depp didn't, which means he actually had about 8 hours less testimony than she did. Might have been 6. I don't remember the final numbers. But it was a significant amount of time that they just sat on. They had about 3 hours cut out from ending early a couple days, and then they just didn't use all of the time. Amber used, I think, every second. But she wants to pretend that that didn't happen.
A non-credible person, not to believe a word that came out of my mouth. I'm a hysterical woman. I'm a crazy woman.
You painted Johnny as an uncredible, hysterical, drug addict and abuser. You got to frame your narratives. You should have painted him as a liar. You couldn't, though, could you? Wouldn't have worked because he wasn't lying. C. Goody says, Nick, since it's gay day, what are you going to do for your mods? You should have a secret meeting for us on Discord voice chat and wish us happy mod day. From Mandy Karavichis. And do Twitch, you bigot. Nuclear Winter Gamers, she made it sound like Johnny Depp paid in gold coins to the cleaners from John Wick. It's not gay day, Mandy, you fucking racist. It's Juneteenth. Juneteenth, the Texas holiday turned national holiday, where Texas blacks at a particular time had one thing happen, and now it belongs to everybody for some strange reason that we don't understand. And now postal workers get an extra day off.
Woman. I can't be trusted over and over again.
Johnny Depp, the goal of jury gave me.
What do you think you want?
Back. I am truly
God.
humbled.
When I asked his lawyers, why do you think you won? The answer I got was, because she never took responsibility for anything she did.
Good question by the interviewer and good answer by the lawyers. Of course, that is true. Amber Heard never took responsibility. She presented herself as a fucking saint, as a flawless person. They're not believable because the jury knows that they did something wrong probably that morning. And that people aren't perfect. Amber tried to be perfect.
In the marriage. And as we're sitting here and I watched your cross-examination, there's an answer for everything. Do you feel you should have owned up to more of your own bad behavior?
Failures.
That was revealed in court.
Notice she was trying to answer early there. She's trying to take the narrative. She couldn't because the other lady wasn't done talking.
I'm glad, actually, you asked me that.
Anytime someone says, I'm glad you asked me that, it's a lie. Every time. Every time someone says, oh, I'm so glad you asked that. Really wanted the opportunity to give this uncomfortable answer.
Because, you know, there is an answer for these things you say. I said this on the stand.
Cynthia says, oh my fucking God, is Rekieta Law allergic to the name Savannah? What? I just don't listen to women's names.
You hear my voice in those audio tapes. It's not the voice of me now. That's not who I am now.
So there's an inconsistency with what happened and what you're saying now. Does this dummy not even fucking recognize the fact that she is saying what was going on is not what I'm saying now? She's admitting that right now is different than then. The problem is most people believe then more than they believe now, because then is more proximal temporally to the thing than now is necessarily. What I said 5 minutes ago is closer to what happened between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard than what I'm saying now. So when you're giving out memory, when you're saying what happened and it's incongruent now with then, the predilection is to believe then. You have to give the jury a reason to believe now rather than then. And you didn't.
I did do and say horrible, regrettable things throughout my relationship. I behaved in horrible, almost unrecognizable to myself ways.
But you didn't testify to that. You testified that it was all Johnny's fault, that Johnny started everything, that you were merely a product of his abuse.
There's so much, I have so much regret.
On the first day of the trial, you issued a statement, and part of the statement said, "I still have love for Johnny."
Oh, fuck off.
Yes.
Is that still true?
Yes.
After everything?
Absolutely.
Another reason people don't believe you, because you're either lying now or you've been lying for 6 years. No one believes this. And ladies, we love vaginas. We love them. They're great. They're wonderful. We dream about them. We think about them. We like looking at them. Like all sorts of things about them. They're great. If a man shoves a Maker's Mark bottle into your vagina violently, and you didn't ask him to, you don't owe him any love. Ever. It just, like, you don't have to, and you shouldn't. Because if a guy will destroy the thing that he likes the most, you don't owe him some return. Like, there's not like a, well, I mean, I get it. No, you don't. Like, there's nothing there. There's nothing. And no one believes this. Again, it's unbelievable. Even if you think, here's the hard part for this stuff. This is genuinely hard for many actual victims. Your story might be true, but there might be non-believable parts of your true story. And it's your and your attorney's job to mitigate the non-believable parts of your story to make the story more understandable to everyone else. That does not mean to lie. Okay? It does not mean to lie. If everything, I said this during the trial, I'm going to say it again. If everything Amber Heard alleged Johnny did to her during the trial were true, no one would believe it still, because it's an insane story. And so you don't tell all of the details. You give the jury a story they can believe that is still true, which means you don't talk about being thrown onto a bunch of broken glass and raped by a bottle if you don't have cuts and you didn't go to a doctor. What you talk about is Johnny Depp throwing you down on the ground, of Johnny Depp grabbing your vagina, or of Johnny Depp hitting you in the vagina. You tell the story about how Johnny Depp smashed a phone, about how he threw you against the wall, about how he grabbed you by the neck and threw you on the bar, or threw you on the floor, whatever he did. That's a believable element of the story. When you go, oh, it was this. And then you add the detail that it was a Maker's Mark bottle, which seemed like she might be lying about, actually. Like, I mean, I know that the whole story is a lie. Like, I get that. But even in the context of her truthful story, oh, I just now saw the picture and that was definitely the bottle. Come on now. Nobody fucking buys this. This isn't believable. It isn't believable. So you got to give the jury the story that they can believe that is truthful. But you can't give them the non-believable story. It won't work. It's outside of their experience. It's outside of the human condition. So stop with this. Oh, I love Johnny. If he did what you said he did, you don't. You don't love him. And if the way you acted doesn't show some like lingering love, protective order, you're in fear of him, acted like he will kill you. Oh, but I love him though. Fuck off. Stop it.
Absolutely. I love him. I loved him with all my heart.
All of
and
it.
I tried the best I could to make a deeply broken relationship work.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't.
Amber Heard says she intends to appeal her case, and she's concerned her defeat may be a setback for other women.
Good luck. You'll need it.
I hope this hasn't,
Watch the mouse on her cheek move when she smiles after saying randos. Yes, we already watched that.
had the chilling effect that I worry it may have on other people. I worry about that.
You don't worry about that. That's such a fucking lie. Everybody does this. Suddenly their case is about everybody else's case and about everybody else's problems. No, it was never about anybody else's problems. It was always about you. Stop pretending it was about something else. You don't owe anybody any of this stuff. Walter Deadman says, when will now be then? Soon.
But if I can look you in the eye, Savannah, and say I'm still here.
Savannah, that's her name.
And maybe that serves to balance out some of the very, very real fear others may have about coming forward or speaking out.
Again, last thing here on this interview, because it's about over. Women, don't be afraid to speak out. If you get beat, raped, punched, hit, kicked, whatever it is, don't be afraid to speak out. Speak out to the fucking police, please. Put rapists and abusers in prison. Shoot them. Fucking kill them. Everybody's on your side. Literally everyone is on the side of the victim of rape or violent abuse. Everybody is on. No one's like, you know what? You know what I really want? I want that guy who just beats women mercilessly. That's what we really want. No. Unless we're talking about like boxing or Fallon Fox or whatever. We want that guy to beat women because it's funny. But we don't want actual abusers beating, women victims. Like nobody wants that. We want those people removed. We want them put in prison. Go to the cops, for the love of fucking hell. Go to the police. Oh God, I hate this. Cool Boy says, you know a lot about women. Seems like you would like to be a woman. Are you a coward? I don't want to be a woman. Women are a disaster. Look, I love them. Believe me. But what a train wreck.
How do you see your future now?
Have you guys met Cynthia? Holy shit.
Do you think you'll act again?
I get to be a mom. I get to be a mom.
Oh, here we go. The human
time.
interest side.
One day you may want to tell your daughter about this or have to tell your daughter about everything that you've gone through.
And she'll say, sweetie, mommy was lying. I was just trying to get daddy's bag.
What would you tell her about what happened here and what this experience has meant?
Mandy says the term we use is hot mess, not disaster. Well, that's because all women are liars, Mandy.
I think no matter what, it will mean something. I did the right thing. I did everything I could to
Did
stand
you?
up for myself and the truth.
Well, except for going to the police, except for taking a picture of any of the abuse you suffered at all, except for having a single friend come in and testify on your behalf, except for everything.
I look forward to living my life, and I have a long one. I hope.
I hope that Johnny doesn't come kill me as
In front of me.
revenge.
And I will continue to walk through this with my chin up.
That's all for this edition of Date.
All right. Thank God that's over. Okay. Whoo! No more of that shit. The Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing is going to be taking a pretty big hiatus on the channel unless something truly dramatic were to happen. We'll be pretty much done with it, except for one final thing. And that is hold on, I'm getting it pulled up here. And this is just the ACLU reaching out here. This is attached to Johnny Depp, but is not actually Johnny Depp, right? Like this is in response to the coverage. So this is a friend of the channel, PJ Media's Megan Fox. Megan Fox, no, not that one, is what we say. The better one, the better Megan Fox from PJ Media has posted this today. She says, the ACLU is now demanding I take down my Depp trial coverage for a mistake that the court made. That's not going to happen, Mr. Friedman. And then she tagged me because Megan Fox and I are buddies. So here's what it says. To whom it may concern, I guess it would be Megan Fox who it would concern. We are contacting you on behalf of our client, the American Civil Liberties Union. On April 28th, 2022, Terrence Doherty's deposition on behalf of the ACLU was shown at the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. During the course of Mr. Doherty's testimony, he provided his personal address, which was included when the recording was played for the court. The public disclosure of Mr. Doherty's home address was a violation of a protective order issued by the court in the Depp versus Heard case and has already caused harm to him personally and to the ACLU. What? Nope. Let's fuck off for just a minute. It's not providing any harm to the ACLU. Stop it. Did it provide harm to Mr. Doherty personally? Maybe. But you know what? You know what, Mr. Doherty? Let's get real with this. Or Mr. Friedman or whatever. The ACLU colluded with Amber Heard to create a defamatory statement against Johnny Depp. That's what you did. And you sent out a little twerpy cuck lawyer to testify on behalf of the ACLU, trying to mitigate the fact that they were instrumental in causing the destruction of Johnny Depp for their own ends and for marketing and to drive donations on the false story of abused women for some reason, because the ACLU has some sort of concern in that field for some reason that no one understands, because it's not the fucking job of the ACLU. Okay. You bribed her with an ambassadorship and you promised her something in exchange for a bunch of money that you didn't get. And in doing so, you colluded with her to write this article that destroyed someone. It destroyed their career. And you're mad because the twerpy lawyer came out and doxed himself? And that your guys' collusive relationship with Amber Heard and her team of lawyers didn't catch it? Whoops. You're fucking bad. Most people don't have the luxury. Most people don't have the luxury of having an ACLU lawyer try and strong arm someone into deleting anything. To protect the privacy and security of Mr. Doherty and his family, and looks like that should be on the ACLU. The question is, here's the real fucking question, by the way. The ACLU put Mr. Doherty in danger. And I do not wish him or his family any harm or to be in any danger. He's just a guy who the ACLU put forth to testify about this thing, right? He's just a tax accountant or tax attorney. ACLU, you got a lot of donations. Why don't you take care of your employee who you have put at risk and through some unforeseen consequences have had his address released, and either provide him with the means to move to a different place or provide security at his existing place at the expense of the ACLU. Maybe bill it to Amber's legal team. I don't care. They're the ones who fucked up. The malpractice is on Amber Heard's team because those video depositions are reviewed by both parties and have to be accepted. They accepted it. They let his address play. They let it play. Why'd they let it play? Why'd you guys let it play? It's your responsibility, not Megan Fox's or anyone else's. Please edit the YouTube video titled Johnny Depp Trial Day 11 live coverage posted on April 28th to remove the mention of Mr. Doherty's address. The relevant section to be edited for this video is from approximately 38 minutes, 35 seconds, 38 minutes, 54 seconds. Please feel free to contact us if you have any questions. Best, Max Friedman. Now, this is a nicely worded demand letter, but it does reference a violation of a protective order issued by the court. It does mention harm to him in the ACLU. The predicate is there. The predicate is there for a threat. Is it a full threat? Not really. But it could manifest into a threat if she denies it. We'll see if there's a subsequent letter. But here's the problem. YouTube does not allow you to use the YouTube edit function to remove anything on a stream that's 5 hours or longer. You can't do it. You cannot use the YouTube in-house editor. So what you have to do at that point is to take the video down. You'd have to edit it and re-upload it, which means you eliminate all the views, all the comments, all the likes. If you're a live streaming channel, you're going against the algorithm. You're changing the algorithm by uploading a 5-hour video on demand video, which is more like an 8 to 9 hour video on demand video, which messes with your business model, messes with distribution. And guess what? You know who didn't actually release the address? Megan Fox. You know who did? Mr. Doherty. And then subsequently the legal teams involved. Cruel Crusader says you can, but it will take a couple days. Wrong. Over 5 hours, they did not let you use the edit function. It's a thing. They don't let you cut something out of a 5 hour plus live stream. 5 hours or less, yeah, you can use the editor. But again, in my opinion, should Megan Fox take this down? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So, but yeah, it's a nicely worded threat, right? Like that's what it is. The threat, the implication is there. The elements are there for it. It's nicely worded. And I think Megan's taking the right approach here. She's saying no. She's saying no. Sorry that his address got released. Maybe you should talk to Amber's lawyers about their malpractice insurance, covering their liability insurance, covering their fuck up. Because it's their fuck up. It's not anybody else's but theirs. Daft Lad says, Nick, I also have a YouTube channel for streams and silly biker dance videos. You'll need to drink bleach. You'll need to bleach your eyes after my wrecking ball dance. YouTube name is Dance Biker Dance if anyone wants to check it out. That sounds horrible. Joe Schmo 103 says, Rekieta needs to put his big nose on screen when he uncorks a mega pint rant. Hey, thank you. The Kindly Man 555 NBC/YouTube trying to get in on your grift. Screw them. Have some more money. Thank you. And SC Medic 71. Maybe he was trying to suggest that it needed waxed. Artelace. I think only the lead attorney got this so far, but Amber Heard actually testified to feeling the square flat bottom of the bottle, not the wax part, which is so much worse. I disagree with that. He's not the only one that got that. I think that's a misunderstanding of what she said. I believe Amber Heard was testifying that the bottle neck was inside her. However, the base of the Maker's Mark bottle, which is a square that goes around like this. I mean, I have a shitty. It's not the same shape, but it's illustrative. Here's a Maker's Mark bottle. Here's the neck, right? And then this widening part. She talked about the base, the square bottom of the Maker's Mark bottle hitting her pubic bone. Pretend that this is her pubic bone. That's what was hitting it, right? Like that's what she's talking about. Because she's talking about bleeding from inside her vagina. She's not talking about this if she's talking about bleeding from inside her vagina. She's talking about this. This is the image that she's trying to elicit. It's obviously false. This shit where you get the part that you peel off, this would cut a lot. This would hurt. This part of the wax seal would hurt dramatically. It would scrape, it would cut, it would tear, it would rip. That's what I heard from her testimony. I mean, I guess we'll never technically know, but she's talking about bleeding from inside her vagina. And unless she's saying that hole is so flappy that it's stretched out and accepted the bottom end of a Maker's Mark bottle, then I don't think she could feel anything anyway. I know there are women out there who can do that, and they usually end up on weird fetish sites or whatever. I don't think so on that one. Okay, so that's the ACLU Megan Fox thing. There's one more story I wanted to talk about today. At least it's not as bad as being cross-examined by Camila. Yes, the worst thing that's ever happened to her in her entire life. I have this fucking webpage open. Hold on, let me find it real quick. Oh yeah, here we go. This is the last thing we're going to talk about tonight. And then we'll do super chats. Well, we got unbreaded, of course. Don't get me wrong. Don't ever underestimate this, guys. Unbreaded is coming. Here we go. Kamala Harris. So this came out a couple days ago. Announces the launch of White House task force to stop online gendered disinformation and abuse. What do we have? Gendered disinformation? Is gendered disinformation? I got this. Just gendered disinformation is men talking about their dick size and women talking about how many men they've slept with. There we go. I figured it out. That's gendered disinformation right there. That's what gendered disinformation is. So here we go. The new White House task force will address online harassment, abuse, and disinformation campaigns targeting women and LGBTQI plus individuals. Notice they don't give a shit about men. They literally do not. Like, this is Johnny Depp's story, right? A disinformation campaign run by Amber Heard for multiple years that eventually took down Johnny Depp. They don't care about that. It was proven in court to be a lie. Her campaign against him was proven in court to be false. That's okay. Just women and LGBTQI plus individuals. Here's an LGBTQI plus individual. Hannity, you're looking fucking old, man. Kamala Harris is a great American. Vice President Kamala Harris announced the launch of a task force to address online harassment and abuse Thursday at the White House. Harris praised the task force in her remarks as a means for societal progress, saying no one should have to endure abuse just because they're attempting to participate in society. Wrong, 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 wrong. A million times fucking wrong. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. If you are participating in society, you must endure abuse. You have to do it. That is participating in society. That is what public participation means. It means you are engaging in the public forum, which means the public gets to forum you back. Because that's where the magic happens. The magic happens with the counter argument. The magic happens with the statement that says, I don't believe you. That's when we get near the truth. So you don't have to endure society's criticisms of you just because you've got your dick tucked up into your asshole and your nipples are in tassels and you're at a public library reading to children doesn't mean that you shouldn't be who you are. Yes, it does. I got an idea. If you're around kids, I'm going to be who I am, and who I am involves having gator clips attached to a car battery clamped up to my nipples and my balls. Hey, I got an idea. Don't be that around kids. Don't be that in public. And probably just try don't being that. Don't be that. All of us have to mitigate a little bit in public, right? Like, this is fucking insane. What is with this? Where did this come from? Where suddenly all of our private aspects of our lives now must be in public. Oh, and particularly, please put kids in front of it. Like, men aren't fucking their wives in front of children. Usually. Like, that needs to be away from like a reading thing. So who you are, like, that's the most cis hetero thing I can think of. That's the most gender normative act that we all agree. Like, heterosexual people have sex with each other within the confines of some relationship. It's like the most vanilla shit ever. A missionary position only for the purposes of procreation. It's like the most vanilla shit ever. We don't do that in front of kids. You can try not being a drag queen for 10 minutes. Like, just try it in front of kids. I'll make a deal. I won't fuck in front of your kids if you don't dress up like a fucking weirdo and prance around dropping it like it's hot and doing booty twerks in front of mine. And I don't care if you're a man or a bitch. I don't give a shit what you are. Don't drop and do booty twerks at the public library in front of kids. And I won't fuck in front of your kids. How's that? Why is this hard? I won't swear in front of your kids. I won't tell funny jokes about Amber Heard in front of your kids. I won't do a Maker's Mark bottle insertion demonstration in front of your kids. It's easy to not do things in front of kids. I don't know why this is so goddamn hard for the fucking gays and lesbians and drags and trans and whatever else. Like, why is it so hard to just not wear a giant strap on in front of kids? Like, how is this difficult? And why do we have to accept this shit? Where is that written? Like, go wear your strap on in your house and shove it into whatever orifice Willard will take it in. I don't care what you do. Just not in front of a fucking kid. Why is this tough? Like, you got a ball kicking fetish? You got some Asian lady just with high heels just cramming it right into your nuts all day? Great. Don't take it to the library. Good night, Moon. Ah! Good night, comb. Good night, brush. Good night, bowl full of ah! Like, why? No. I don't. Ugh. I don't get it. Keep your private shit private. Like, that's fine. No one cares what you do. No one has time to care what you do. Everybody cares what you do when you start doing it in front of their kids. Mechanics get pissed when you change oil in front of their kids because you do, like, I'll go and I'll take a car to the public library and I'll do an oil change on it. And Mandy will be fucking furious. She'll be like, look at this limp-wristed, almost dropped a faggot. Oh, I almost dropped an F-bomb on the stream. Look at this limp-wristed idiot fucking up an oil change. No. That would be what would happen, right? Like, Mandy would be pissed because I'd be bad at it. Don't do that in front of kids either. You want to be shitty at oil changes? Do it in the privacy of your own garage. Oh, God. Oh, I have the best job on the fucking planet. Oh, unbreaded, I remember it very well. So anyway, this is just the weird fucking thing. Like, not only do you have to have your thing, but it has to be validated in front of children for it to be legitimate now. But again, the heteros is there a derogatory hetero name? Can we get one? I don't know what that would be. Heteros are not walking around fucking each other in front of kids. They don't have like dicks out for Harambe in front of kids. Like, it's not happening. Why does it have to happen with this group of people? It makes them weird. Like, look, I don't look at a man ass and want to get inside of it, but somebody else does, and that's okay. Like, I go do it. I don't care. Like, if you're gay, I don't care about your preferences. I really don't give a shit at all. And I hope you don't give a shit about mine. But that's the thing. We don't give a shit. I don't need it. I don't need to validate your thing. I don't need it invalidated. Whatever. Just go be you. No one cares. But like, you don't have to wear bondage and dominatrix gear. Like, if we did a hetero pride parade and a bunch of heteros were walking around in bondage dominatrix gear, it'd be fucking weird too. All this shit is so strange to me. I just don't get how we got to this point. Like, validate my lifestyle, bigot. I'm like, no. Go do your lifestyle in the privacy of your own home, just like me. I don't even like. Okay, here, let's put this in a tangible, non-joke reality. I'm drinking Yamazaki. I'm a happy man. I'm not going to go to the public library and start pounding down whiskey in front of kids and saying a bunch of slurs. I don't understand why a drag queen has to go into a public library and be a drag queen. If you ask me to go read at a public library, I'll happily do it. I think it'd be great. Lots of fun. I'll read a book. I'll read death sentences to the children. No, you pick up 3 Blind Mice or whatever. You read it. It's great. I won't drink a bunch of liquor and tell a bunch of racist jokes and swear a lot. Like, that's not going to happen. I would take and compartmentalize that piece of myself for a minute and then just go be and read a book to the kids. Because that's what you do. That's how life works. There's a time and a place for everything. And the time and place for your thing is fucking never, you weirdos. Okay, back to this. Harris praised the task force in her remarks. A memo on the task force released by the White House condemned gendered disinformation and proclaimed the administration will be developing programs and policies to address online harassment, abuse, and disinformation campaigns targeting women and LGBTQI+ individuals who are public and political figures, government and civic leaders, activists, and journalists in the United States and globally. Why are these fucking idiots included in anything ever? The journalists should always be the last kid picked in kickball. They should be ridiculed for how fat and pimply they are. The ball should be thrown at their fucking face and they should be laughed at. When they get up to bat, everyone should groan. They are the detritus of society. The memo suggested that online harassment has devastating costs for democracy itself. Nope. By undermining people's ability to exercise their human rights and participate in democracy, government, and civic life. But by preventing online harassment, you're preventing my ability to participate in democracy, governance, and civic life. Democracy involves insult. It involves unacceptance. That's the point of democracy, is the right to not accept and to vote your conscience. These fucking weirdos always say they want democracy and they never, ever, ever want democracy, because you know what was consistently voted out through democracy? Minority. Be it gays, be it black, be it Mexican, be it whatever. Native Americans. Oh, you got voted the fuck out of everything. Democracy, let me be very fucking clear. Democracy is worse than communism, because democracy will always, always, always oppress the minority more than any other system ever could. It is the tyranny of the majority. Always. You can try and mitigate it. You can limit it. You can do this. You can do that. And eventually you kill whatever democracy is and you turn to something else. It's why we're not a democracy. It's why we are and always should be a republic, because democracy meant the blacks were voted into chains. Democracy meant the natives were voted into death. Democracy meant the gays were voted into prison. That's what happened. We have all sorts of court cases on all of this stuff. And guess what? Every single one of the things I've said, there are people today who would vote the same. And here's the controversial take. It is their right to do so. It is also their right to lose that vote. And it is our right as a society to vote on amendments to protect minority classes. We did that. The 14th Amendment came about in kind of a weird way, but we did it. We get the right to remove things from the democratic process. But you don't ever get the right to remove the idea from the minds of the participants in the democratic process. Ever. And you don't get the right to remove the words from their mouth. We guaranteed that in the First Amendment. And if I want to say the word faggot, I get to say it. And if I want to say the word cracker, I get to say it. I will reap the societal punishment from it, but I cannot have a government agent tell me no. Because that is freedom, and without it, you don't have it. And I know it seems ridiculous that it's relegated to a word that is disapproved of, but that's reality. That's reality. Freedom is the freedom to have bad ideas. Freedom is the freedom to think the wrong thing. Freedom is the freedom to be a bigot. And a bigot doesn't mean a racist, a homophobe, a sexist. A bigot just means someone who is doggedly attached to their own concept of correct. And you have the right to do that, no matter fucking what. And if a government disinformation campaign is going to come in and try and tell us no, that is tyranny. But here's why they're doing this. Here's why they're doing this. They're doing this. Their Department of Disinformation got shut down. Nina Jankowicz turned out to be a giant fucking fraud, and got shut down. Good, great. So instead, they've created a commission, unaccountable, doesn't require a law. It's just a group of people to get together and create rules or whatever. They're gonna observe. They're gonna make observations. This is what commissions do, right? January 6th commission. What are they gonna do? They're gonna make observations and recommendations. Thanks for the help. Not really doing anything to us at all. Good. Okay. Fine. But here's what the Disinformation Commission is actually going to do. Because the government can't do what they're asking. The government can't do what they want to do. The government wants to shut this down, right? Like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris want to come out and stop all bigotry by law, but they can't because the First Amendment is very pesky. And they can't, as a state agent, ask Twitter to shut it down. Because if Twitter goes out and censors things at the request of the government, they become a quasi-state actor and they're held to the First Amendment standards. No. Too simple. You don't do that. So here's what they do. They create a commission. The commission will create reports, neutral reports, not targeted towards anybody, but secretly, of course, targeted towards very specific executives of very specific companies. And those reports then will be generated and left in the ether. And those reports will be latched onto by compliance officers at companies that say, whoa, we're going to have to follow these reports, ideas, and recommendations. Otherwise, they'll try and regulate us. So we'll preemptively create a board that will review this type of thing that the government is looking at without a request from the government. And this is how you subvert the Constitution in real time. And this is why the First Amendment needs to start applying to places like Twitter. And there are a lot of ways to do this. Places like YouTube as well. There are a lot of ways to do this. Through Section 230, the government can offer Section 230 protection in exchange for the idea that people cannot be canceled, that First Amendment principles need to be upheld, that there will be no liability for these companies for the things people say, and that in exchange, those companies are not allowed to remove people without specific sort of policies, a notice and opportunity to be heard through some sort of hearing process, right? That's what needs to happen. Because what's going on right now is about to be a quasi-government actor without the legal definition sufficient to make them a quasi-government actor. And that is the most dangerous threat to our society. It's what's been happening, this corporate public partnership that goes on where there's no official request. There's never an official request. You can't track to a government agent a request to do this thing. There's just an understanding. We'll put out the reports. You will act on those reports. We'll never ask you to act on them, and you'll never ask us for direction. And that's why they're doing this. That's why they're doing this in this way. Their department got blown the fuck out. Their department would create policy. The department would be subject to administrative state rules. Commissions aren't. Commissions make reports. Those reports get picked up by whoever in the public wants to pick them up. Are you watching the reports? No. But YouTube is. Twitter is. Facebook is. It's fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit, but we have some different bullshit to do tonight. I hope you guys are ready.
unbread.
That's right, motherfuckers. It is time for our daily unbreaded. It has been too long. I've been too far from the words of Matthew Harris, the prophet. Let's see what page we get. Boom, 66. Oh my God, it's an early one. My God. Yes, let's see what the prophet has to say tonight. Yes. Oh my. Oh my. Here we go. Here we go. Let us share the words of Matthew Harris. If you don't know, Matthew Harris is a PhD in philosophy from Duke University. He was hired by UCLA to preach the words of philosophy to aspiring young minds. And he wrote a book called Death Sentences. He published the book to the website of the ACLU Philosophy Board. This is higher learning. This is a public institution. This is the state teaching your children and their children how to philosophize. And it's important to know what types of people are in charge of your children. Slave master, ask yourself that. That's all you need to ask. Could a slave be friends with a slave master? Could a slave consent to friendship? Could a slave consent to friendship with an unworthy slave master? That's how you sound. Do you think your advisor is a nice man? Well, then, I can't wait till you get Emmett Tilled like me. You think you have unworthy friends? Well, then, I can't wait till you get digitally lynched like me. They are the same as they ever were. Only blood will atone for their sins. Crimes against humanity have happened then are still lingering in the air and continue today. The past continues. The past we describe as history is still ongoing. Slavery and everything that brings up is still an ongoing thing, not legacy, but an ongoing struggle against the Binger soul. They want you to pretend it's possible to leave that shit behind in the past, even though Binger still feels it every day, and Binger is still against the same forces today. Leave them no room to breathe or think. Give them no room to exist. Forget coexistence. Give them no room to be at all. Give them nothing but an end. Give them nothing but death. Give them nothing but the end of their existence. Don't let them tell you anything. Take what you want and what you need from them. They are unworthy of Binger, and they are unworthy of all things that don't have souls. The Matt Harris doesn't need to coexist alongside the unworthy man anymore. He takes their women as prisoners, never as friend or companions. He owes them nothing. He owes him nothing and has been waiting too long alongside them. He has been waiting so long for nothing that he is bored. The Binger is now ready to extract the unworthy man's blood for fun. The Binger is now ready. There is nothing to this world. He refuses to live as a hostage. He does not see killing the unworthy man as a loss. The Binger is done being threatened. The Binger is done being worried. The Binger is done being cautious. The Binger doesn't owe you anything. The Binger doesn't owe the unworthy man friendship, conservation, or tolerance. The Binger doesn't owe the unworthy man peace. The Binger is tired of peace. The Binger is tired of living in the same vicinity as the unworthy men. The Binger is ready to attack them with nothing but pipes in his hands. The Binger is ready to batter them upside the head unexpectedly with no warning and to leave their bodies rotting by the side of the road. The Binger is ready to set fire to the bodies. The Binger is ready to do things that go unwitnessed. The Binger is ready to do all of the things on behalf of the Binger tribe. All Binger are ready to kill the other men on behalf of the Binger tribe. The Matt Harris is done hearing what other people think. The Matt Harris is done listening to people who want to say that he should be proud to have come this far. He is Binger, or that he should accept his position. He has been and is oppressed so much that Matt Harris is absolutely done being congratulated for what he considers to be mediocre. The Matt Harris is done accepting what seems to be a compromise of other people's low expectations of him against what he is truly capable of. He is ready to dominate everything. The Binger is ready to hunt down minstrels and celebrities. All Binger are ready to use knowledge to violence, murder, death, and terrorism toward the unworthy man, drone man, and lesser man. The Binger is now ready to explode in crowded cities. The Binger is ready to terrorize universities. The Binger is ready to explode in public. The Binger is ready to unload it all. When someone says, stop responding to what other people think, they are telling you to stop being strategic. The Binger is ready to kill them. The Binger seeks blood. The Binger hates. Binger rage. Binger okay is not enough. Matt Harris demands perfect. The Binger tribe demands world dominance. The world does not deserve patience or kindness from Binger. Matt Harris does not need to wait. Binger aren't afraid to die. Binger hate peace. Binger at war. Kill. Binger know not to trust tribes that initiate the way we talk and live. If a musician imitates how our women sing.
Unbread!
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was our daily Unbreaded. That was a reading from the book of Matthew Harris, Death Sentences. Matthew Harris is a black man. We have to understand it's very important. Matthew Harris is a black man making these statements and claims. Not me. I'm a humble, unworthy man, otherwise known as a Huite. As a Huite, as part of the Huite tribe, I'm just a humble observer and reader of the good word. I am not worthy of being hired by a UCLA, a vaunted institution like that. Would never hire someone like me. They would only hire a Matthew Harris to teach children about thought, ideas, and beliefs, philosophy, as it were. To be very clear, this is not Matthew Harris's dissertation, but it is a mirror image of Matthew Harris's dissertation. It is the same theme. It is the same concepts. It just has language that is a little bit more bold than what he wrote in his dissertation. His dissertation in Matthew Harris, this is critical to know. Matthew Harris's dissertation, which obtained him a PhD and then got him hired at UCLA, right, was the idea that race is genetically ingrained in producing a cultural outcome, and therefore races should segregate themselves because blacks shouldn't be around Asians. That's what Matthew Harris wrote in his dissertation. He says the same thing in this book. They liked it when he wrote it the first time. It's amazing. They're all okay. Like they're 100% okay. That's his resume. His resume is that black people should be around black people, specifically because he's black. That's what he's talking about. Because their skin color makes them act in a particular way. That particular way, he's saying here, is a violence, terror, and death. It is the most amazing thing to realize that that's what he was saying in his dissertation, and that they hired him because of it. I mean, that blows me away every single time when I really realize what happened there. That's the true story of Matthew Harris. Did I ever get hold of his dissertation? Yeah, I have it. Nicole Magenta says Rekieta Law is a paid government person. I wish. I do not have a government paycheck coming in. Sorry. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. I'd add it to my YouTube money, but no. Okay. We've got super chats to read. So I guess we'll go ahead and do that. I don't know if the Odyssey video's on. Oh, it is. The Odyssey video is back. Holy shit. I've got the Odyssey super chats still. We'll read those Odyssey super chats. What's up, Odyssey? I've been occasionally trying to refresh. I'm glad I've got you back there. I still have all the super chats that came in during the show. So we're going to be reading the Odyssey super chats. The Rumble rants are currently finished, and then we will read the YouTube super chats, and then I'm going to go to bed. I got the Fed haircut and khaki shorts, though. It's true. That's a good point. Catch you later, Ryan. That's a good solid point. Hodor, that's a well-crafted argument. Okay, great US. It's wholly legal terms of service, Batman. Nick, Viva Fry, and Robert Barnes created the new Rumble terms of service. Maybe you, Joe, or others can do a stream and give feedback. I'll check it out. I haven't had time to read them yet. Great US says, bonus, Rumble lists Longboat Key, Florida, USA as its location, but the CEO is lamenting how he couldn't wait to merge to become an American company. Yep, they're moving. They're moving to America right now, which is good because the Canadian government is a bunch of fucking cuckolds, and the Canadian government says you can't say trannies or trannies, for example. They say that is hate speech, and it is literally illegal. So Rumble is moving toward the United States, or Florida specifically, to have the ability to give their creators freedom without having to put constraints on them through the terms of service. Rumble has had some weird terms in its terms of service for a little while now. Those terms say you can't do hate speech and stuff like that. The reason those are there is because it's a requirement of the Canadian government. When am I going to start doing Twitch again? Soon. Yeah, I'm going to hopefully start doing some daytime Twitch very soon, and then some more nighttime Twitch as well. But we've got a while left on this stream, so it's going to be tough to get there. Sorry. Let's see. Firefuck says, you going to watch the Jack Murphy and Ian Crossland interview? I want to very much. I'll check it out. Firefuck says, so Papa Gundam is a VTuber? Yes. Also degenerate, right? Like, and some people probably jerk off to It's a Gundam. That's scary. Not stalking. I believe that is your grandfather, says Wolf V. Yes. Yep. That's him. Thank you. And then, okay, so then that's the great grandpa and great great grandpa. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Apprende Conflower says, thank you for your motivation to lose weight. While my numbers are the same, I'm down a pant size. Awesome. It's not about the number. Like, it's really not about the number. It's about the shape, the size, everything. Look, I knew a girl in college who was skinny fat. Like, she was rail thin, and she had not an ounce of muscle on her entire body. And it was weird. Like, she couldn't do basic athletic things like jump off of the ground, for example. Very, very weird. But she was tiny in college. I'm not, like, I'm the same now. Like, I'm skinny fat, and it's getting worse, but I'm working on it. But go get it, Apprende Con Flowers, and keep up the good work. It's not about the number. People get so hung up on the number. It's about the shape, the healthiness, the activity, all of that stuff. Wolf V, your great grandfather, George Winchell Owen, born 1900, died 1952, apparently served in the U.S. Navy during World War I. Cool. I'm learning all sorts of stuff about my family now. Malik Fox, and why do they chomp at the bit to use the word orgy all the time? Because they want one. Because that's what they believe they need. Firefox, you going to give us the 8 to 10 unbreadeds we have missed out on because you were tired or some gay excuse? It was 2. It's 2, you fucker. Shyster, fat ass lawyer. It's true sometimes. Mario Carter 13. I hope everyone enjoyed the federal holiday on June 19th. I believe the Bingers call it I don't have a Father's Day. Fuck. It was actually pushed to June 20th. They observed it on June 20th, even though the holiday was technically June 19th. I'll show you guys I got wonderful Father's Day gifts in addition to my ring, which I already showed. I got wonderful Father's Day gifts from Lady Rackets. I gotta show. I gotta do them. That sounds weird. One is assembled. The other one needs to be assembled. So I'll work on that soon. The Hot Dog Wizard says, can we send donation to your P.O. box? #r/Recato Law. Wait, do I have a Reddit? I think I do have a Recato Law Reddit. God. People post on this. There's a fucking Recato Law Reddit, and there's a post 5 days ago, 6 days ago. Oh my God. Shit. Oh, damn it. Yeah, there's a Recato Law Reddit. 3 years ago, 1 month ago, 1 month ago. It's not active. Not very active at all, but it is there. If you are well, look, it is Pride Month. So if you are on Reddit, I mean, you can check it out. Holy shit. Yes, you can send a donation to my P.O. box if you want. If you want. I do not, people can do whatever they like to do. But I'm not asking anybody to send me anything at all. Darcy, welcome to Paralegal Status. Nicholas Starro. Imagine if Amber Heard wrote the op-ed in the UK. Oh, it'd be a disaster. It'd be an absolute disaster. Karen Killjoy D. Happy Juneteenth, where the government withheld mine and others' payday for this holiday, including all the black folk that do. Don't you love this government representation? No, I don't want a government to represent me at all. What's her name? Welcome to Paralegal. Little Bailey, welcome to Super Lawyer. Cars in Depth. Have you addressed allegations against Jesse Lee Peterson? I've addressed them as this. I've seen that there are allegations. I'm not familiar with the substance of them. I don't know anything about them, but, people can check them out and make their own decisions. I'll take a look at them when I get into it. We'll see. But I have no idea about it. I haven't seen it, so I can't really comment on it. Where are we? Eric M. Nothing but children. Redhead takes. Hey, Nick, Wisconsin Planned Parenthood will suspend abortions after June 25th and direct women to other states. Possible sign of things to come? Yes. Yeah. Also, there's some super conservative states are trying to ban contraception. I disagree with that. And I want to point out that Griswold was not overturned. Only Roe was overturned. So the federal right to contraception still exists. I don't think that's going anywhere. That's a completely separate question of whether or not whether or not abortion is a thing. But we'll see if they recognize the Ninth Amendment right to contraception, I guess, when that gets challenged. But abortion is coming back to the Supreme Court, and it will be soon. Because it has to. Now, they may lose again, but it'll come back with a new legal theory. Caprincess 619. Instagram is garbage. 3 times today I've had to verify my account. I'm about to delete my personal and business accounts. They suck. Mario Carter 13, drunk bidding thousands. Sounds like government spending. Kyle Bogue, PSA, if you have XL Energy and your central air conditioner unit shuts off between 4 and 9 p.m., you probably have a goddamn saver switch on your unit. You save $15 a month with it. In return, you sweat for 5 hours. Yep. Don't do it. Don't do it. Reject it. Make them put out the power. It's their fucking job. See Goody says, Twitch tonight, you fucking heathen. I'll drop 100 just for it. I don't want you to give me $100. See Goody. I really don't. I'm sorry. I love you. It's Pride Month. I have to. I'm required by government law to love you. But I can't tonight. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're already at 4 hours and 10 minutes. Okay. Doc McFuzzball says, right, because it's a pro-drug, relies on haptic metabolism. Geez, better to just do Adderall. No, it's not for me. Adderall puts me to sleep immediately. And Ritalin makes my heart literally pound in my chest. Brian, I'm working on retooling how I do Twitch. Like, I know a lot of changes have happened over the past couple months with Johnny Depp, with these long late night live streams and stuff. And I know Twitch has taken a hit on that. Believe me, you guys probably think right now that I think Twitch is an inconvenience. The reason I even started the Twitch channel is it was how I wound down after a stream. I was like, oh, I'll just stream and, have people join me in winding down and having fun. I haven't done that in 2 months, which means I haven't wound down to have fun in 2 months. I'm just like exhausted doing the YouTube stuff, which there's good reasons and it's great. Like the YouTube channel is going fantastic, but like I do need, like, that's part of the reason, like this past weekend was just such a needed recharge. I'm not getting the little temporary recharges in. And so I'm trying to figure out a way to retool things so that I can incorporate that back into things. Figuring out how to shorten up the YouTube live streams is a possibility. I don't know, but I'm working on it. So I love doing Twitch. I actually enjoy it very, very much. It's a nice place to be. And I'm trying to get that back into the rotation of things, but things get fucking messed up with these big trials. So Brian Springman says, need positive and thoughts and prayers for my father. Battling stage 4 cancer for 16 months. He had slight progression 3 months ago and gets new scans tomorrow. We need good results and I'm panicking. Brian, to your father, of course, I can give you thoughts. I can give you prayers, but briefly, just a brief one. May the scans be promising. May the healing going on inside your father be far beyond the wisdom and knowledge of the doctors. May they be baffled and you be delighted and elated. However, if not, may you be comforted, consoled, and may the doctors have a wise plan for future care. Cheers, brother. I wish you the best. Nick's Noodle Arms sent a dumbbell. He also says, strengthen us up, Nick, please. Can't do it. Chili Coma, you look like $1 million, so here's 14. Thank you. Consider the balance pledged. Glad you found some work-life balance and recharge. Enjoy that Yamazaki 12. Sipping on Lagavulin tonight myself. Good to have you back. Thanks, brother. Techno Geek says, dry spell on law content. Make sure you don't have a dry spell on your liquor. Chase down that sponsorship with Streeter today. No, seriously. Yeah. Dude, my timing on talking to him is so fucking bad. So fucking bad. Exhausted narcoleptic. It's so nice to see a fellow narc talk about it. I feel like I'm judged so much for it. Cheers to narcolepsy, where you can always use the excuse of a nap to get out of doing something. Drinking tequila here. Cheers to you, exhausted narcoleptic. Dude, it's a weird thing. People don't understand. They're like, what? Like those people just fall asleep in their soup? It's like, well, not really. Like, that's funny, and some people do, but narcolepsy is way different. Like, that's a narcolepsy. The reality is it's exhaustion. no matter what you do. And it's worse when you're stressed. Go look at my messages about not doing shows. I'm sorry. But when you're stressed out, your body responds by just out. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Giant Mess says Super Chat won't let me crap on the YouTube CEO as a particular car sound and useless. Aaron Allums, my husband and I have been off work this week and a staycation. Let's just say since he's not exhausted from work, he's gotten a little bit of peach. Made sure to show him it was enjoyed very much. Ladies, there's a lesson in there. And I'll say it to the guys too. I think people get very, very comfortable in their relationships. And they don't remember that the other person in that relationship needs a little bit of validation from time to time, no matter what the activity may be. And so I gave some very drunken advice on Monday of last week, 1 week ago today on my drunken stream. And it was true. Everything I said in that was true. Let them know. Let them know you like it. Doctor, get those toes going, right? Get the toes curling. Dr. Kenneth Noisewater says, here's a gallon of gas for your trip. Thank you, Dr. Kenneth. I appreciate that very, very much. In a rut, does every stream have to do with depth versus herd? I mean, damn, it's like 3 months of the same thing. It's 2 months, and no, not every stream. But a lot of them did because there was a lot of activity. But even the ones, here's one problem that we had is that during the depth versus herd trial, the way the YouTube algorithm works is you have to. Mandy says, whenever you say ladies, I cringe and cross my legs very hard. And that's why you're single or courting C. Goody. I mean, frankly, find a quality man if you listened. During the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, the way the YouTube distribution algorithm works is even when the main subject is not Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, it should still appear in the title. It should still appear in the description. It should still be a partial, at least, subject of the video. Like, that's just the way it goes. I'm sorry. It sucks. I know. But like I said, we're going to be moving away from that content for the most part. Alien Baby says, I'm drunk. Nick, where'd you get that wedding band? Is it silicone? I can remember some website. I've had a couple different ones. Yes, this one's silicone. It's just nice if you have to grab anything in your life at all to not have a metal ring to grab stuff with. Melissa Williamson says, Nick, you hiring for any customer service / data jobs? I'm not, although I'm really fucking thinking about it. But if I am, I'll announce it. I gotta figure a lot out. There's whenever these trials come up, especially big ones, Rittenhouse, Johnny Depp, etc., there's a big spike in interest and income, and you have to let things normalize after that before you can gauge where things are. But I do, like, I need help with some stuff. Specifically, I have to figure out what I can afford to hire for some help. So once I figure out what that is, what I can afford, and what help I need, that'll be a different story. I'll announce it. Bright Eyes 83, welcome to Paralegal Status Hope. When I left Iraq, I swore I would never be hot again. Oh, fuck. I bet that was a nightmare. Drew C, it was 102 in Arizona today. Cledge Fenrir, I work in a frozen warehouse, so I keep my house warm, higher 70s. Thinking of getting Powerwall for emergency case anyway for fridge and freezer. Music and Fiction says, because Zach Weber said not to. Fuck you, Zach. Joseph Fazio, watch her cheekbones move. Director 97, meaning of a bad penny. Is this defamation? No, it's the Amber Heard interviews and stuff are probably not defamation because they're not going to actually hurt Johnny Depp. They're not going to hurt Johnny Depp. Mandy, you don't have to send a crying face, Mandy. Everything's going to be okay. You just got to start listening to my lady's advice. Tis the Happy says, hey man, been following since the Tonka Saw interview a few streams ago. You said pure democracy was a bad idea. Could you elaborate? I ended up doing that. So yes, I can. Eclipse Eric Speculas says, Nate the lawyer has this interview on his channel with no comments. Fuck. Damn it. Fucking hell. Here we go. Sorry. My window reset, which was fucking nice. Joe says, Hadazaki small batch whiskey is pretty good. Bright Eyes 83. How many lifetime stories is she going to have? 1 million. Mario Carter 13 says, Muff free speech countersued for defamation. Exactly. Oh, I didn't even mention that. Mandy says, why do you hurt the ones you love most? I'm not trying to hurt you, Mandy. Not trying to hurt you. I don't want to hurt you, but sometimes the truth is the truth. You said you cringe every time I say ladies, but I'm only giving you facts. I'm only giving you facts. Facts that will help. They're uncomfortable. Rise beyond abuse, like a Maker's Mark bottle. My Dateline reaction video was deleted by NBC. Amber fans troll me. Fuck that. Viper, hey Nick, prayers for my brother Malcolm, who's a lost soul who joined Antifa and just blocked me tonight after we argued about why it's wrong to harm those you disagree with. Love your show and thanks. Sorry, brother. One day, hopefully he'll grow up. Jesus Davila gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you for sharing those. It's really awesome. Oh, shit. It lists them now. Mike H., Naughty 86, Al B., Milan Malajek, and King Deplorables were all gifted memberships by Jesus Davila. Thank you so much. I'm so glad it says that now. That's awesome. Andrew Matthews. Sorry, I did not mean to spam. Have a good one. Did you spam? Don't worry about it, brother. It's all okay. Christopher Nicholson, whose personal worth is more in the red, Amber Heard or T. Greg Doucette? T. Greg Doucette. At least Amber Heard has tits. I mean, T. Greg does too, but no one wants to see him. Let's see. Gina McCartney, Nick, the other interviews were more extensive. This one is just regurgitated and heavily edited, definitely in favor to her. They think we're stupid. Okay. I got it. Real Chicken Canada in New York Times /Dateline called me a misogynist on here. They featured my TikTok, then called me it misogyny. I'm a chick for fuck's sake when the black-haired talks. That's fantastic. Good job. Good job getting called a misogynist. Welcome to my life. Doc McFuzzball question. Why is it that whether it's my computer, my cell phone, or my politics, I'm bound to a two-party system that locks me into choosing between the lesser of two evils? Sorry, brother. It's just, I have a real answer for you. It's economics, right? The distribution of scarce resources is the reality we all come down to. I mean, that's why a two-party system is what ultimately prevails, because you have to aggregate a predominant narrative into the most palatable package for the biggest amount of people. And you tend to end up with 2 because 3 would fail. 3 would see 1 dominate and 2 not, over and over and over again. It's just how it goes. Binary choices are easier to make than anything more than binary choices. And therefore, we will always be boiled down to A or B. A/B testing works. A/B test. If you have A, B, C, and D, it's easier to test out two of those options and get down to A and B. Greg says people are more complex than A or B. I agree that people are more complex than A or B, but as you get to large numbers, A or B become more useful than anything more. So you A/B test out everything else. You have a bunch of 2 answer questions until all of the options are down to 2. And that's where we go. It's why we call why we're called single issue voters, right? It's like, well, I really care about this thing, guns, abortion, whatever it is. King Richard II says, Nick scam government money. Sad he be going to jail. Okay, cool. Sounds good, brother. If you can prove it, I guess. The government hasn't even brought charges for whatever alleged scam I am running on government money, but okay. Contrarian 420, chances Amber Heard PR had final edited this interview? High. Very high chances. Did I get the case documents from Tug? Oh my God. No, I have not. I'll have to talk to him. I'm not sure what thing there is. Kayla M. I've gone through domestic violence and can't speak for everyone, but the things she is saying don't ring true. There was a lot of acting, not that she can act. No, correct. Hazel Angus, universe tries to help your stream not be axed. Thank you. Scarvy the Strange, Amber sounds like a chatbot because she can only say phrases that get her what she wants, like a parrot mimicking a phrase to get treats. That's true. That's very, very true. I will not invest in law coin. Good. Why would you? Oh my God, what a disaster that is. Hey, let's see. Hazel Angus says, mate, did you just say lesbians are all violent? No, it's a joke. It's a joke, Hazel. It's a joke. But the proportionally per capita, the highest rates of domestic violence are in lesbian relationships. It's a phenomenon that is speculated on quite a bit, but it's a joke and a meme. Obviously, not all lesbians are violent. There's like there's probably one out there who hasn't hit another, like who hasn't punched another chick right in the muff. I'm guessing. I think. Scarvy the Strange, I should also point out that George Mason University is just a few minutes away from the Fairfax court with regards to all the college age stand. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. The Law Patrol. I was only half paying attention. They've been doing consecutive edits. The video I watched was edited, and now this has been edited compared to that. Very interesting. Marilyn Manson case is much worse than Johnny Depp. I did not expect to back Manson, but now I do. His ex pretended to be a Fed. Yeah, I've talked about it. It'll be really interesting to watch that case develop. Goober Gabbard do the wait, I read that one. Hazel Angus, does she keep saying as I testified to because she thinks that this will save her from more defamation accusations? Maybe, but it's more just I said this under oath. It was true. That's what she's saying, I think. Rise Beyond Abuse. NBC deleted my Dateline reaction video. I read that one. Midnight Joker, drinking the same Yamazaki. No joke. Glad you're back. Didn't want to drink it by myself. Hey, awesome. Hazel Angus, donation to you for NBC's actions. This happened in Nate's video and Uncle Runkle stream too. It's fair use, educational, and transformative, right? Oh, absolutely. Autodidact Polymath says National Breaded Company. John Smith, $2 says you're too chicken to say the why. Say the why. What? Why? Midnight Joker, new slogan, NBC, take the blue pill. Off the F. My wife, Rachel, and I just had our second anniversary together, and I was hoping you could do a toast for us. She motivates me to be the best I can while you help her become more unbreaded every day. Oh, no. Oh, no. Gladly. Let me get a little Japanese brown water in here. To Athi F and his wife, Rachel, happy second anniversary. The first year is a little bit rough, but hoping your second year was much, much smoother, well lubricated, if you know what I mean. And there are many, many more good, better, and great years to come. Cheers to you as you grow together and explore this journey we call being fucking married. Go get it, brother. Tyler K, thanks for the donation. Andrew Matthews, that bottle did not need Viagra. True. Sentinel Rex, isn't this full interview full of defamation? Yeah, but yeah, again, a critical element of defamation is you have to cause damage, and Amber Heard is not hurting Johnny Depp with these interviews. That's the trick. That's the trick. Mr. Bentham, there's a really gross Gatorade commercial with a whale doing yoga in orange pants and a sports bra. Effing gross. Have you seen it? No, thank God. Aaron Burmeister. They are probably pushing laxatives to the ladies because Roe will end soon. So the promiscuous are all going to go the backdoor route. Oh my gosh. Don't be a yellow flash. Sarah Sutton sent an I'll be back post-it note. Kyle Cowden says, I find your rants oddly relaxing. Thank you. Thank you. Eric Burns Marsh, when asked why I'm not a homeowner, I tell them after Kelo versus New London, Connecticut, we're all renters. Okay, that's eminent domain is bullshit. Yes, Kelo is a shit decision. I wish they would challenge it. Frankly. Hazel Angus says she's quoting Rottenborn's closing statement. No one important. Hey, Nick, new work got me on a weird schedule, but I want to know what everyone else is asking. Can Amber get in trouble for all of this? In theory, yes. Probably, practically no, because again, she's got to harm Depp to get to defamation. Let's see. Can I explain how I'm not government? Yeah, I don't work for the United States government. They don't pay me. They don't tell me what to do. I don't know what else you want me to say about that. It'd be funny if they hired me because I fucking hate them, but they haven't. Random Eskimo says, cheers. Black Belt Barrister has a great vid of an edit made in the Amber Heard NBC show where a very early clip shows Amber Heard using third-person perspective, but the full clip had her use first person. Oh, cool. Nicole and Mark, 22. She was not dating Johnny Depp in January 2012. She was with her ex-girlfriend till June of that year. So how can she be reporting abuse if she wasn't dating him then? She was probably just reporting her own abuse. Nick is actually a glowy. That's what the haircut is for. That's what it's supposed to let you know. Sword and Scale. Wait, this isn't Nikocado Avocado, is it? No. He's gay. Can you eat 27 Mexican pizzas anyway? I already did the super chat. You know what? I heard they were bringing the Mexican pizza back to Taco Bell, and I almost wanted to go. I used to eat those things all the time, but then I realized that those were garbage then. They're still garbage now. Jesus, Davila gifted 5 more memberships. We got Pam, Soldat, FFS, Tintin H, and Brownie were all gifted memberships. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Timothy Reaper, maybe Heard needs a better sex helmet. Remember, folks, always use adequate protection when having sex. Matthew Perkins read that one. Scarfy the Strange. Hard to see Amber and her supporters as human when they speak in talking points like a robot learning speech from Twitter. Lisa Lulu. Hey, Nick, love your channel. Quick question. What do you think of sovereign citizens? Sovereign citizens are hilarious because they think there's a list of magic words that they can say to prevent the government from infringing upon their person. And they say them, and then the government just goes ahead and infringes anyway because they didn't follow the rules or the law that was laid out before them. They're like, I don't accept your governance over my sovereignty. And they go, okay, go to prison. And that's that. But, they're well-meaning people, really, most of the time, who are duped. They're duped into this idea that there's a spell book, and that spell book just involves saying the right combination of things, but it's not how government works. Zalcor also points out it's a contradiction. You can't be sovereign and a citizen at the same time. So it's kind of funny. Pepper. Wait. Perpetratorn says, as a child, I was raped. Fuck. Took 15 plus years to learn to deal with it. Being force fed those ads makes me feel like a molested child all over again. Stop it. Sorry. Sword and Scale, they're flexing their trans lady penis muscles on the YouTube policy team. Pinky says, can't keep a good man down. See Goody strike too, but they still can't hold a Binga down. Cranky Paperclip, Guthrie's Karen face is breaking the stream. Pastafari is, at what point do we give up and just go to Rumble? Well, whenever you want. Frankly, it's there. It's there the whole time. Kyle Cowden, I disagree on faith. It is logical and reasonable from an atheist to Christian. Thomas was not chastised by Christ. He does not fear questions. Kyle Cowden says, ask your questions, but listen to the answers. So there you go. There's someone who says that you can logically achieve faith. And I certainly think that there are many people who do, but I'm speaking to people who say, I cannot logically get to faith. What do I do? And I say, well, then faith defies logic. I mean, that's why it's faith. That's my interpretation. Other people differ. I'd say listen to a diversity of opinions, but mine is the correct one always. Mandy says, what do you think about women? Wait, don't answer that. I love women. They're great. They have everything in this world that I like. I mean, what do I think about women? I think about women all the time. One in particular. What up, girl? She has many assets that I like to invest in. Fagan's Law, running for the prosecutor in Indiana as GOP. Have me on. Yeah, I know. Holy shit. Did we get taken down or something? Goody, why'd you just spam that a whole lot? The fuck was that? You weirdo. The Law Patrol says, give Nick the $7 million. That was an amazing performance. If she'd been half as convincing as that on the stand, she may have won. She just needed to tone down her claims to get believable. Law Patrol, to be fair, he did pay with his dignity to make her Australia charges go away. Yep, he did. Rachel Teal, is she actually going to do the book deal? Mario Carter 13, Amber Tanacon heard he fucked me with a toothbrush. They live. Thanks for the donation. Timothy Reaper, will you marry me? I'm glad you asked me that. Walter Deadman, read that one. The Law Patrol. Had anyone actually confirmed the status of the bee? Sorry, there was an emoji. Coming from Amber Heard, the dog may have been assaulting the bee, and it was never confirmed that the bee stung. How do we know Amber Heard or NBC didn't silence the bee? Well, they did. Craig says, hey, Nick, can I get a toast for my sister, Megan, her husband, Jake, and her baby, Jane? Jane was born on Father's Day and came home from the hospital last night. Everyone is doing great. To Jake, Megan, and Jane, I'm going to stop drinking liquor tonight. But to healthy birth and delivery, it's a terrifying prospect for parents. The idea that anything would go wrong with so much potential waiting on the line. Cheers and blessings to them for one that went smoothly and that they went home healthy. May they have many more years of health and growth together. Cheers. Cynthia says, train wreck verified. Also, Nick meet mirror XOXO. Mirror of what? I wish I knew what that was in reference to, but that's okay. Susanna Nick Giola Fedrag says, story not believable unless after getting out of hospital, she'd have used that bottle on her abuser's ass. Dr. Frost, Amber might have a bucket clunge like a wizard sleeve, though. Holy fuck. Constantine the Late left for 20 minutes to pray my rosary and came back to you doing weird stuff with an empty Maker's Mark bottle. Look, we do what we do. We do what we do. Rachel Teal, as a bisexual woman, amen. Go get it, girl. Archaic Empress, Kamala's task force covers politicians and journalists too. They're trying to stop people from exposing anything they do that's wrong. Phoenix Lord Asserman, modern LGBT movement is worse than the Catholic Church at its darkest. It's amazing how open they are about it. Tom Beemore says, Kitty Diddlers. Snuggle Struggle says, gendered misinfo. Growing up, I was told if a woman tells you they slept with X amount of people, you multiply by 3. With men, divide X amount by 3. There you go. Common. Plead the 5th. I slept with 0 people. Plead the 5th. You should watch Sydney Watson on Blair White's podcast. Sydney addressed some of the You Are Here drama. She made it seem like Ralph's accusations of Elijah going to orgies have some truth. Yikes. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. I'll have to check it out. CL Hunter. It's strange that all liberals say, quote, we need to save democracy now. They're a collective like the Borg. I support the current thing. Scary. Aggie, why? Why do women have to be clumped together with the whole LGBTQI community? Because they see all of you. This is the truth about how government and activists see women, LGBTQI plus APP, whatever people. You're a fucking agenda. You're a tool. You're a wrench in their tool chest. They don't care about you. No one cares about their wrench. No one cares about the screwdriver. No one cares about the hammer. Like they're tools. You're a tool. They will take you out. They'll parade you around. They will smash the nail. They will turn the bolt, and they will I don't know, loosen the screw, whatever the fuck you want to call it. They'll do all those things in your name for their benefit. That's why. They just think you're useful. So that's why they lump you in. Manny Karavicius, last time you did Unbreaded, my dad read it out loud to himself, uncensored, and said, why does he say Binger? I think my dad would get your channel taken down unintentionally. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Miku Huntu, my heckin' gays, no Japan, let drag queens in Goyam. Okay. Tom Grawl says, morning, Nick, just getting up for work. Thank you. I now have something to get me through part of my 11-hour day. We're good portion of it. We're going to be at 5 hours pretty soon. Kara Pappas, haven't heard you say your catchphrase in a long time, Nick. Can I get a how embarrassing? Also, I'm very underweight. Skinny shame me. Kara, eat. The fuck is wrong with you? Pick up a goddamn sandwich and eat. I don't know. Oh, well, I ate a sandwich. Eat more sandwiches. If you want to gain weight, I'll help you. Put everything on a sandwich. Just put a piece of bread on either end of whatever you're eating. A steak, put it on a sandwich. Eating cereal, put it on a sandwich. Eating pancakes, put it on a sandwich. Bread, slather some butter on there. Pancake, butter, syrup, butter on the other side of the bread. Slap it together. Eat that shit up. Eat a sandwich. You're going to have ramen? Put it on a sandwich. I'll fucking fatten you up since you can't figure it out. Eat a sandwich for everything you eat. You'll gain 20 pounds. Guaranteed. Eat, eat, eat. It's so easy. Just pick up a fork. What, are you too frail? You too weak? Flaccid little wrists bending and wavering all over like some sort of gay queen on a float at a pride parade. Hello. Is that you? Pick up a fork and start chewing. Jesus. There you go, Kara. Go get it. See, Goody. Twitch tonight, you fucking heathen. Oh, wait, I read that one. Darth Nader, any thoughts about what's going on with Julian Assange? That he's being extradited to the US still? Yeah, he's gonna be dead soon. Is the sandwich possible? Yes, but you have to have different types of bread. Usually an inferior, like a regular white bread, and then you put some like big, thick, like rye or wheat on the outside, multi-grain. Give it a shot. Yeah, Julian Assange is going to be dead soon. You know, this should be not a surprise to anybody. Corey Cannon just started a YouTube channel, Cannon Sensei, doing anime and manga reviews. Just did a review on DB's Dragon Ball Super, superhero non-spoiler review. Love you, Nikki. Been following since Vic's Day. Awesome. Go get it, brother. Why don't you do Vegeta's white nationalist speech? Because that one was pretty funny as a review. That'd be great. Art the Clown. Shit, my mother just had a stroke and she isn't making much sense. Please use your direct line to God to ask her for the ability to make coherent sentences back. Also, you may not have a direct line to God, but I actually suspect. Yeah. I do pray that your mother will have the ability to cogently and cognizantly communicate to you what she needs. It may not take the shape you want, but hopefully it's enough. Hopefully it's enough. Sorry to hear that, brother. I do pray for a full recovery. Pop-Tart Destroyer says, Nick, though I disagree with you on many things, you'll come around. I find common ground with you on some things. I respect you defending our freedoms and your own interpretation. My respect and blessings to you, brother, and your big nose. Pop-Tart Destroyer. Look, I fully respect your ability to be misinformed on some issues. That's why I'm here. Just kidding, man. Just kidding. Disagreement is the spice. If we all agreed, we'd all be fucking bored. We'd all be bored. So, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Next, we've got Joel Reese. Come on, Rackets. It was Rumble that kept nuking you. Don McFuzzball. Thanks for an honest, thoughtful answer. RE2 party / lesser evils. You're welcome. Carapapas. Everything in existence can be boiled down to A and B. That's the yin and yang. Everything that we do is choosing between two things. Teddy Lindoff. Nick, give me gym motivation for leg day. Not a fat. Oh, you're not a fat? You think you're not a fat. You think you're not a fat, but you still need to do leg day, don't you? Don't you, Porky? I'm not fat. Got to do leg day, though, because they're so tired. Oh, what'd you do? You stand up once? Stand up once with those little bitch twigs hanging down out of your gullet? You fucking gross weirdo. You got, oh, I got this massive upper body. I'm so cool. I'm so tough. Oh, I got biceps or whatever. And you got these little fucking toothpicks walking around. Look at me. I'm a Roblox character. I can't even bend at the knees because if I do, I'll fall over. Get in the fucking gym. Do some squats. What is this? What is this? I'd kick your ass if it was even present, but it's not, because all you've got is a flat line going up from your heel all the way to your fucking vagina, you bitch. Get in there and do some leg presses, do some curls, leg curls, and get your ass in gear. Jesus. These fucking weirdos. Oh, I'm so tough. I'm not fat. I'm in good shape. I'm in good shape. Every time I stand up, I have a heart attack. Okay, whatever. Zayden tossing you a couple bucks. Almost got killed by a Desert Storm vet during a whiskey-fueled rage this weekend. Glad to be home. Bad / good vacation. Ugh. Well, I'm glad you lived. I'm glad you lived. Phantasmagorical says, can you please play my latest shorts? They're not real. Much love. What? I don't know about that. The short answer is not easy. Not easily phantasmagorical. Can you like email them to me? Maybe I could play them on maybe I can play them on a different show, but I'm having trouble just fucking finding them right now. And we're almost at the end. Send them to me an email. I'll take a look at them. Zayden, following up to a previous chat, I'm trying hard to try to forgive him, and he's trying to make amends already. I think that's good. Any thoughts on it? Look, people make stupid decisions when they're drunk sometimes. Like sometimes they go on a live stream and talk about their dick size or whatever. We all make mistakes. And it's if you have the ability to forgive someone their transgressions, you do a bunch of things. One, you clear a lot of air between them. Two, you absolve yourself of concern over the issue. And three, you ingratiate yourself with them in a new way. So take the opportunity to do those things. Ammo 09. My stepmother suffered a stroke from cancer treatment. Took a few months, but she did gain back 90% of her vocabulary. Stick with it and be ready to fill in the blanks for her. Good luck. Good luck. Really now says quesadilla is where it's at. Nice. Sleeping Forest. As a gay, I couldn't agree more. Being gay isn't as a gay. I couldn't agree more about this hedonistic, debauchery-filled lifestyle. Let kids be kids. Okay, I think what they're saying is, yeah, if you're gonna be gay, go be gay. Just don't be gay in front. Like, don't be aggressively gay in front of kids. Don't be aggressively hetero in front of kids either. Like, you don't have to go foist your identity upon kids at events. It's weird. Tech Priest Alex almost died. Nick at work. Shit. Freaking out about it. I might not lose my job, but I don't know. Some prayers would be nice. Tech Priest Alex, brother, I will pray for you, but you know, I hope that you find peace and comfort, and I hope that you're able to persist in your workplace and calm down after what sounds like a rather terrifying endeavor. Scarvy the Strange, last time God was proven to exist, he vanished into a puff of logic. Since proof denies faith, and without faith, he is nothing. Then man tried to prove black is white and gets killed in zebra crossing. Let's see. I think that's about it. Sleeping Forest. Nick, have you given any thought to the Marxist takeover of the gay community as well as the Democratic Party? Yes. I don't know how to answer that. Yes, communists all deserve, the bullet. Teddy Lindoff, I'm bulking, Nick. I'm trying to be a fat, I promise. Well, you better lift that ass up. Justin Ung, thanks for the donation. And that is the end of YouTube. Rumble, username sucks as Nick. I hear your denials of working for the feds, but with that schnoz, you clearly work for Mossad. Tell your people to leave us alone and get to rebuilding the temple so this shit show can end. I would never call them off. I would never, ever call them off. There we go. That's the show. That's the show tonight. Thank you guys for joining me. It was a blast. I'm so happy to be back after some rest, and we will be back tomorrow with another show that hopefully, for fuck's sake, doesn't involve any more Johnny Depp shit for a little bit. And, or if it does, it's something we can address very, very quickly. We will see what happens then. Thank you all for watching and hanging out. I will catch you tomorrow. Have a good night, guys. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more a love rug. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have